Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for all attending this meeting of the Council. Please note the meeting is being live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel. I would like to welcome members of the press and public who may view this meeting remotely. Can I also remind members that if they wish to speak on a motion or an amendment, they need to indicate at the right time by using the raised hand facility or by switching on their camera and mic and indicating accordingly. I was lenient in the last meeting in allowing some members to speak when they didn't do this. The names of those who've indicated that they wish to speak are read out before the debate on each item commences. So if your name is not read out, you need to flag this up straight away or you will lose your opportunity to speak. Voting will be carried out in the same way as last time, voting electronically. As this is the Budget Council, a named vote will be taken on the amendments to the budget proposals and in respect of the substantive motion. If anyone is unable to give their vote electronically, they will have the opportunity to give it verbally. We now move in the formal business of the meeting. Item 1, notice convening the meeting. Can we take the notice that convening the meeting as read?
Agreed.
Item 2, the minutes. Next item on the minutes of the last ordinary meeting of Council held on the 27th of January 2021. Can we agree the minutes?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Sorry, who? Councillor Doyle, have you got your hand up?
Yes, I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Just two corrections, I think, that need to be made to the minutes, if that's all right.
Can you tell us what they are, please?
Of course, yes. Relating to pages 13 and 14. On page 13, there was an extension moved to Councillor Mann's speech. I voted against that. I did not abstain. And then also on page 14, the amendment itself, I did not abstain on that either. I voted against.
Well, thank you, Councillor Doyle. We'll have that amended for you.
Thank you.
Right, we'll move on to item 3, declarations of interest. Members are reminded that dispensations have been granted to all those members who have applied for them in order to deal with the matters relating to the budget and the setting the council tax. I will ask the officer to read out the declarations of interest of which we have received notice, and then members will be given the opportunity to give notice of any declarations they have not been read out. Can the declarations please be read out, please? Elaine?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The declarations that we've received notice of are as follows. Councillor Atkinson as the Governor of Richard Avenue Primary School, Councillor Doyle as the Governor of Fulwell Junior School, Councillor Farthing on item number 6, the Housing Innovation Construction and Skills Academy, and Appendix 7 Treasury Management Strategy Statement as the Governor of EPNE Sunderland College, and also as a Governor of Rickleton Primary School. Councillor Fletcher on the Capital Programme as a board member of SCAS, Councillor Heron as the council appointed representative to the Tyne and Wear Pension Fund, Councillor Johnston as Governor of Houghton Community Nursery, Councillor G. Miller in respect of the proposed amendment in respect of the £30,000 funding to Oak Learning Trust schools, as he is a Governor Trustee, and likewise Councillor F. Miller as a Governor for the Oak Learning Trust. Councillor Stewart in respect of item number 6 of the capital programme, the replacement for Willowfields Primary School, reference P46/90, as Chair of Governors of Willowfields Primary School, and also in respect of works to Bishop Wearmouth Nursery, reference P105, as Chair of the Bishop Wearmouth Cooperative. Councillor Thornton in respect of the capital programme, reference P105, in respect of the day centre transformation and improvement, Bishop Wearmouth Horticultural Nursery Car Park and lighting improvements, and the Disabled Facilities Grant, all in her role as the Director of SCAS. Councillor Walker in respect of the capital programme CP0326 Chester Road Highway as a Gen 2 employee. The revenue budget 4.11 housing benefit overpayment as a Gen 2 employee, and a general declaration having been a Unison Union member. Councillor Williams has declared in respect of the capital programme reference CP0432 Day Centre Transformation and Improvement, CP0484 Bishop Wearmouth Horticultural Nursery Car Park and Lighting Improvements, and CP0080 Disabled Facilities Grant, all as the Director of SCAS. And on page 92, CP0452 Oxclose Community Academy internal refurbishment as a Governor of Oxclose Community Academy, and finally as Chair of Governors of Lambton Primary School. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, William. If anyone has anything further to declare, can they indicate accordingly, please? Councillor McKnight?
That me, Chair, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I declare an interest as a member of Unison and as a director of Eam High Academy.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other hands up, Elaine? No.
It's Councillor Davison. I have my hand raised. I'm a Governor of Willowfield School. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Davison.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor McKnight, Hilton Castle Primary Governor.
Thank you, Councillor Doris McKnight. Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Harry Truman. I'm a Governor of Columbia Special Needs School.
Thank you, Councillor Truman.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Spedding. I'm a declaring interest as a member of the Football Association and Chair of the Durham County Football Association Limited, and also as a trustee of the Sunderland Hubs.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Spedding. Is anybody else? Councillor Councillor Haswell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm attending Sunderland College, and so I need to declare on the same item as Councillor Farthing with EPNE. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haswell.
It's Councillor Thornton.
Councillor Thornton.
Yeah, Councillor Thornton, can I declare that I'm a school governor at Appleton Academy Primary and I'm also a member of Unison.
Okay. Councillor Diane Snowden.
Can I declare on page 92 that I am a school governor at JFK Primary School, which is mentioned in reference CP 0506.
Thank you, Councillor Snowden. Councillor Rowntree.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to declare as a member of Unison. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rowntree. Councillor McClellan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to declare that I am a member of the Unite Union, and I'm also a recipient of the Tyne-Weir Pensions Fund. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor McClellan. Anybody else? Are we all? Councillor Paul Stewart.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wondered if we could have some clarification with regards to the declarations with regards to trade unions, because I suspect quite a lot of us are members of trade unions, including myself, and whether or not that's we were required to do that, and also in relation to which items on the agenda, because to be fair, if it is, I've missed it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor, Elaine, would you like to advise, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If there is any proposal in respect of that impacts on trade unions, I would recommend that for transparency members do declare, although, as I say, dispensations have been granted for them to take part in the meeting.
If that's the case, Mr. Mayor, can I record my membership with Unison?
Sorry, your membership with where, Councillor Stewart?
Unison.
Right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you. Can I declare my membership of the GMB Union?
Right, we'll make that noted. Councillor Samuels.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I make a declaration for Community Union and Unite the Union, please?
No problem. Anybody else? Councillor Foster. Johnston, sorry, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just declaring interest, I'm a member of Unite.
Okay, thank you. Leader.
I'm a member of the GMB, Mr. Mayor. I thought dispensation covered this, but may as well declare it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Fiona Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a member of Unite.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a member of Unison. I wasn't aware I had to declare an interest in it, but I should do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Roundtree. You might want to put your mic on, Councillor Roundtree.
Apologies, Mr. Mayor. That's a legacy microphone.
Right.
A legacy hand. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Councillor Farthing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I need to declare that I'm a member of Unison.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Michael Mordy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to declare I'm a member of the GMB.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly Checker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to declare that I'm a member of Unite.
Councillor Diane Snowden.
Mr. Mayor, just declare I'm a member of Unison.
Councillor Julia Jackson.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, member of UWP.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rebecca Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to declare a member of the GMB Union.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ronnie Davison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to declare a member of the GMB. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Linda Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I forgot to add that I'm a member of the football hubs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Loughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to declare I'm a member of Unite. Thank you.
Okay, if that's everybody, I think we'll. Councillor Spedden, I believe you have your hand up again.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I forgot to declare I'm a member of the GMB.
Okay, thank you. Just give us a minute. We'll just make sure we've got everybody. Okay, with that, we'll move on to announcements. Item 4. It is with sadness that I refer Council to the recent and sudden death of Councillor Dr. Geoffrey Walker. Councillor Walker was first elected in May 2015 for the Shiny Row ward and was re-elected in May 2019. Jeff was appointed a Cabinet portfolio holder for health and social care in May 2018 and became the Healthy City portfolio in 2020. Is a Cabinet member for the Healthy City and lead on public health and adult social care, as well as the member of City Outbreak Control Board. Jeff was at the forefront of the city's fight against COVID-19. As portfolio holder, he was appointed chair of the Sunderland Health and Wellbeing Board and served on numerous outside bodies relating to health, such as South Tyneside and Sunderland NHS Foundation Trust Council, Council of Governors, Sunderland Autism Partnership Board, Sunderland Safeguarding Adults Board, and the World Health Organization Healthy Cities Network. Councillor Walker served on many other council committees during his time on the council, and the most notable being the Audit and Governance Committee, the Human Resources Committee, the Development Control Subcommittee for Hetton, Houghton and Washington, where he was previous Vice Chairman, and on a recently established Planning and Highways West Committee. He was an active ward member and served on Coalfields Area Committee. He was also the council appointed representative on Penshaw Community Association in the neighbourhood where he lived. In his personal working life, Jeff worked as a systems analyst in local government for almost 20 years Was a lecturer in further and higher education for more than a decade. Jeff was a great councillor and genuinely a nice man who was devoted to helping others and will be sorely missed. Will you please join me in sending condolences to Jeff's wife Marilyn, his daughter and our colleague Councillor Claire Rowntree and the rest of his family and friends at this very sad time. I will ask you to remain silent for a moment to mark as a mark of respect. That concludes my announcements. Item 5, apologies. Do you have any apologies for absence?
Yes, Mr Mayor, we have received apologies from councillors Buick, Hunt, Turner, Waller, Watson and A. Wilson, and also Alderman Arnott, Greenfield and Tate.
Thank you, Elaine. Are there any further apologies? If so, would members please indicate using the raised hand facility or switch on their camera and mic and indicate accordingly, please. Is that all, Elaine, do you think? Can you say anything? Okay. Item 6, report of the Cabinet. I will now call upon the leader to move the approval and adoption of the report of the Cabinet.
I so move, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Deputy Leader, do you second the report?
I second the report, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Leader, if you'd like to speak to the Cabinet report, please.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I formally move the revenue budget and capital programme for next year. This is a positive budget which allows us to continue with our ambitious social and economic regeneration plans for the city, whilst ensuring we continue to protect and support those residents most in need. Mr Mayor, this is an unprecedented time in our history and in my view, one shared by many. The Council and its workforce have delivered an outstanding response to the impacts of COVID-19 for almost a year now and the significant implications of various degrees of lockdown for our residents during that time. At the same time, we've been planning for recovery and we are committed to ensuring that it's a strong recovery achieved at the earliest possible opportunity. We have been laying the foundations to make sure that we will be there for people, providing the support and investing in the things that will address the sadly widened health inequalities gap that has been created, and we are working to ensure that improving health is not just the job of public health and the NHS, but that it is fundamentally everyone's business. And the same goes, Mr Mayor, when it comes to working in partnership to address the added challenges which are now being faced by our residents in relation to employment, income, education and family life and circumstances. So it is, Mr Mayor, with these challenges in mind that I am pleased to announce that we continue to invest in our city to pursue the vision set out in our ambitious city plan. We continue to invest to protect the most vulnerable people in our city, and we continue to invest in services that our residents tell us are important to them. Mr Mayor, it is now over a decade since this government began imposing austerity measures on local councils, with the persistent and compound impacts of those cuts inevitably impacting on the much needed local services this council provides. We are told by government that our core spending power is to rise by 4.5% next year, but the part they are less vocal about is that to achieve this, local councils need to increase their local taxes by 4.99%. The local government finance settlement for 2021-22 is thankfully recognising the continued underfunding of social care with the provision of additional grant funding. This increase will help support the pressures which we, alongside most other councils, are experiencing in both children's and adult social care. However, this funding increase falls and fails to fully address these ever-mounting pressures and fails to make good the significant and disproportionate funding reductions we have had to bear since 2010. The country's population is ageing, our children have increasingly complex needs, and we are yet to see the full impact on demand from COVID-19, the biggest global crisis in our lifetime. Whilst the government has acknowledged the issues, so far a sustainable and funded solution is yet to be found. A new and fair approach of funding social care is desperately needed, allowing us to provide the required support to our vulnerable adults and protect those children in need, and essentially giving those needing social care support the best opportunity to live happy, healthy, independent lives and meet their true potential. The funding provided in the 2021-2022 settlement by government is simply not enough. As in previous years, the local social care precept has been used by the government to shift the difficult decisions away from itself to local government. No local authority cabinet wants to be proposing increased local taxes at any time, never mind during a global pandemic, but the government simply leaves us no choice. Unfortunately, it is a choice between asking those who can to contribute more or cutting essential services at a time when these are needed the most. To add to the unfairness, the funding system disadvantages councils such as ourselves, given our low council tax base, which means our ability to raise funding through these routes is much lessened in comparison to affluent Tory heartlands elsewhere in the country. As I said at the start, let us be clear. There is the expectation from government that councils will apply this adult social care precept by the full 3% allowable and also core council tax by 1.99%. This is a 4.99% increase being imposed on us, plain and simple, by Boris Johnson, Rishi Sunak, the Tory party and government through Whitehall. Following another year of stalling by government, it is imperative for the future sustainability of local government that the delayed fair funding review and the delayed changes to business rates retention are introduced in a way that recognises the importance of all the services provided by local government in a fair and sustainable way. The completion of this funding overhaul and, equally importantly, a return to multi-year settlements is an absolute must to ensure sound financial planning can be carried out beyond a one-year time frame. For now, we must focus on setting a budget for next year. Since 2010, we have worked hard to protect residents and communities from the impact of significant government funding cuts. I can confirm that budget savings proposed today total £6.3 million and have been very carefully considered to ensure minimal impact on our residents and our community. Mr. Mayor, it is important to note that because of the difficult decisions our council has taken in the past, coupled with our prudent financial management, we are able to rely on reserves to support next year's budget, ensuring we do our best by the city's residents at the time when they need our services the most. Without this, the government would have left us with no option but to cut services further. We will ensure that we continue to protect the most vulnerable citizens within our communities through both children's and adults' services provision, with the inclusion of over £5.5 million of additional funding, including inflationary increases to support cost and demand pressures. The budget includes provision for investment in key services, responding to the needs of our residents. Additional ongoing funding is provided to deliver environmental services, additional ongoing funding to deliver housing services, and additional ongoing funding for waste disposal. All of them essential services the Council delivers for our city. In addition, Mr. Mayor, we are making available significant funding next year to protect our residents through this unprecedented pandemic. We are reducing pest control charges by half for those in receipt of council tax support, and also providing council tax hardship funding for those in receipt of local council tax support, reducing council tax bills by up to £150 for next year. Based on current claimant levels, this means 16,500 working age households will pay no council tax next year. Further, we are creating a £1 million COVID-19 response fund from local funds so we can provide vital support to families and communities most in need in these most economically challenging of times. Mr. Mayor, we are using the first element of this money to provide families whose children qualify for free school meals with vouchers to buy food in the second week of the Easter holidays once the government funding stops at the end of March. We will do everything in our power to stop any child or family going hungry, and I must also at this point say a huge thank you to the city's network of food bank heroes, and indeed all of our amazing community organisations and volunteers who've been working tirelessly month in, month out throughout the pandemic to help ensure those residents who need help are supported. And then, Mr. Mayor, with the remaining COVID response monies, we have created this fund to do exactly what the title says, to be responsive to the issues that emerge for our residents and communities.
Leader, you've had your 10 minutes.
I would hope somebody would move an extension, Mr. Mayor.
Do we have a second?
Second that, Mr. Mayor.
Extension, Mr. Mayor.
Right, carry on, Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for the support from the floor. Mr. Mayor, I have outlined a revenue budget to ensure that excellent day-to-day services continue to be delivered in the city and our residents continue to be supported. But we will not stop there. Our city has ambition, we have a city plan, we are committed to delivering, and we are intent on building upon our tremendous progress to date. I am pleased to say, therefore, we are proposing a capital programme of nearly £250 million next year, with in excess of a further £350 million of investment planned to be spent in the following 3 years. This demonstrates our ambition and commitment to make our city somewhere people want to live, work, invest and play, creating excellent opportunities for our residents right here within the city in which they live and helping our businesses grow and thrive. As a council, we continue to work with the private sector to encourage and facilitate exciting developments and investment. Working with our partners who share our ambitions for Sunderland, we will continue with the regeneration and transformation of the city through further major developments over the next few years. Significant investment is planned for housing and the creation of new neighbourhoods located on both sides of the river on the Riverside Sunderland development. Described by experts as one of the most exciting regeneration sites in Britain, it will bring more people into the city, stimulating the rejuvenation and the regeneration of a vibrant social and leisure offer. Further investment in this part of the city will see the creation of a culture house at Keele Square, providing a fantastic learning and cultural facility for people of all ages to enjoy, and the investment in culture in our city doesn't end there, with investment also planned at the FPED Heritage Visitor Centre in Washington. The city's infrastructure continues to be improved with the pending completion of the Sunderland Strategic Transport Corridor Phase 3, enabling better connectivity alongside major investment in the Sunderland Central Railway Station, and again, as part of the Riverside Sunderland development, a pedestrian footbridge across the River Wear. And in having been named the Smart City of the Year in October, we will continue with our groundbreaking UK leading development and deployment of digital and 5G technology in the city, with its game-changing potential for all residents, businesses and stakeholders in Sunderland. Mr. Mayor, in the short time I have available this evening, these are just some of the headlines, and our plans also include significant investment in our schools, training facilities, supported accommodation, and in our commitment to being one of the first net zero carbon cities. All of these investments will help grow our economy, help us to recover from the impacts of COVID-19 at pace, and make us the location of choice for visitors and investors. Importantly, they will also help to make Sunderland a dynamic, vibrant, healthy and smart city, providing opportunities for all our residents and the conditions for our businesses to prosper. However, this continued ambition and investment needs to be funded, and difficult decisions must be made to deliver a sustainable budget. As previously stated, raising council tax is not a decision we take lightly, especially in these unprecedented times. But if we do not raise council tax now, we will need to cut services further and not continue with the investment and development of our city. We have therefore taken the difficult decision to raise council tax in order to protect the services our residents need, especially at this time when they're needed more during the COVID-19 pandemic. And we will continue with the delivery of our vision and ambitions as set out in the city plan. The proposal, Mr. Mayor, is to raise council tax by a total of 4.99%. This is in line with the government's expectations through the core spending power assumptions and is within the government set referendum limit. This includes the 3% social care precept implemented by the government to help fund adult social care pressures by making councils raise tax on the residents so the residents pay for it themselves. The increase represents an increase of 94 pence a week for a Band A property, or £1.41 a week for an average Band D property. Although we would rather not be forced to increase our council tax, it still remains the lowest in Tyne and Wear, and indeed the lowest in the wider North East region, providing strong value for money for our residents. We must ensure we continue to budget and plan in a financially resilient manner. Although we must use nearly £2.3 million of reserves next year to balance our budget, we are well placed to allow the one-off use whilst maintaining appropriate levels of reserves for 2021-2022. We must recognise that we cannot use reserves to prop up the revenue budget on an ongoing basis, but this year is truly exceptional. Let us be clear. Whilst we have a balanced budget for next year, using an essential but relatively modest use of reserves, the medium-term financial plan points to an ongoing savings requirement totalling over £35 million by 2024-25. Sustainable options must be developed and delivered, Mr. Mayor, and shortly my Cabinet colleagues will briefly present their own individual portfolios. At least this Labour Council is doing what it can to ensure that Sunderland and its residents get what they need to make our city a dynamic, healthy and vibrant place to work, rest and play where no one is left behind. Unlike the Tory party, whose Chancellor today ignored the needs of Sunderland and the LA7 councils in the North East by denying us a free port that would have strengthened our ports the airport, Nissan, the regional supply chain, and our proposed development of 21st century green jobs and economic drivers. It seems that only if you have a Tory MP can you expect government support. So the Tories continue 11 years of austerity and continue their levelling down agenda in the North East, the LA7 councils in particular. For those people in the North East who lent their votes to the nasty party, better count your fingers and reconsider, as clearly voting Conservative in Sunderland gets you nothing. Mr. Mayor, I commend to Council this evening both the revenue budget and capital programme, which will enable us to continue the investment in this city and what our residents need and deserve. And I thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing the extension.
Thank you, Leader. Deputy Leader, would you like to speak now on the substantive motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just getting everything ready. Mr. Mayor, with your indulgence, I intend to combine seconding the report, but also with my report as a portfolio holder.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, as Deputy Leader and with responsibility for the Cabinet Secretary portfolio, I endorse the budget proposals presented by the Leader of the Council. As the Leader has set out, the budget planning during this unprecedented year has been quite different, but starting from the robust financial position that our council has, we are able to present a budget which protects our residents, protects our services, and importantly, protects our ambitious city plan developments to continue. But let us be clear, difficult decisions have been made and will continue to be a necessity until the government recognises the damage inflicted on councils such as ours by over 10 years of austerity. Local government remains underfunded, with the current pandemic placing even more strain on our most challenging area of social care. This Tory government, Mr. Mayor, has no shame, and it has taken a global pandemic for the government to even acknowledge the social care issue. It is therefore a disgrace, though not a surprise, that they continue to place an ever-increasing burden on local council taxpayers. Mr. Mayor, the number of residents over 65 in this city has increased by 13.6% between 2012 and 2020. For the over 80-year-olds, where additional social care is more prevalent, the increase has been a similar 13.7%. We're getting an older population here in Sunderland, Mr. Mayor, and it is the same nationally. But the government continues to stick its head in the sand and shove the problem onto local taxpayers. Local taxpayers may be interested to note that the Tory governments began offloading the costs for adult social care from 2016 by telling councils to issue a separate precept. Back in 2016-17, it amounted to the equivalent of £23.72 for a Band D property in this city. Mr. Mayor, this Tory tax on care, because in effect that's what it is, has risen year on year and will stand at £172.55 as part of the council tax bill for households in the coming year. Mr. Mayor, moving on from the ever-increasing Tory tax on care, it is unsurprising to learn that this betrayal from the government also relates to the wider support promised to this and every council to support residents during the current pandemic. The most recent return last week to government continues to show a gap in funding related to the COVID pandemic of around £8.6 million owed to this council. It could, though, have been much worse if we'd been listened to the local Tories, who were quite happy to accept the initial payment of just £10.6 million of support as a final payment, Mr. Mayor, back in March 2020. Thankfully, many councils up and down the country, Labour, Liberal and Tory, reminded the government of their commitments and have done this not once but many times to drag out financial support that was promised right at the beginning of the pandemic. To date, this concerted action has generated a further £15.6 million of general financial support to the residents of this city. Mr. Mayor, to remind council members, if we had listened to the local Conservative group here in Sunderland, we would be talking about cutting services by a further £15.6 million today. But even today, I would ask them to have a change of heart, stop defending the indefensible, and support us in calling for the government to pay up the remaining £8.6 million owed to the people of Sunderland. Mr. Mayor, against this background, the revenue and capital proposals have importantly been through a rigorous process during months of development and consultation, and I would like to thank Cabinet colleagues, members and officers who have worked hard to produce the budget proposed today. While preparing for this budget meeting, I read through the comments from the scrutiny committees where the capital and revenue proposals have been rigorously inspected, reviewed and challenged now on 3 separate occasions: the 5th of November 2020, the 14th of January and the 11th of February 2021. Importantly, Mr. Mayor, none of the members or political parties have put forward any alternative suggestions as part of that consultation period. In relation to consultation outside of the council, however, Mr. Mayor, proposals have been broadly accepted and supported by business, trade unions and local residents, and we have indeed amended our original proposals to take into account suggestions that they have raised. In respect of my own portfolio, I am delighted that we are committed to lead the way nationally with the rollout of 5G connectivity across the city so that nobody will be left behind. Free public access that is currently at Seaburn Beach and Keele Square will be expanded as the network rolls out across the city. In addition, I am particularly pleased with our capital programmes for the redevelopment of the Sunderland Central Railway Station, supporting the connectivity and regeneration of our city centre, and further funding for cycleways and indeed decarbonisation projects to support our low carbon targets. Through my Cabinet Secretary portfolio, I continue to provide corporate oversight to the Council's budget into the medium term. As the leader has said, the budget proposals today present the need to use reserves to support next year's budget. This must be a temporary measure to protect our most vulnerable people in these truly exceptional times. We cannot become part of a growing number of councils finding themselves in significant financial difficulties. As in previous years, we are committed to a continuous review of services to ensure processes are streamlined and efficient in order to maximise the resources available to frontline services and our residents' priorities. The challenge to bridge the medium-term funding gap is a significant one, and we must move to address quickly through identifying further cost savings or additional funding. The financial resilience of local government across the whole country is coming under strain, and the funding increases provided by the government for the coming year are simply not enough. Mr. Mayor, this is no surprise, and we should not forget that these financial constraints have been placed on this council by successive Tory and Liberal governments in the name of austerity since 2010. The annual budget gap between what we should be funded as a council and what we actually are funded stands this year at £315 million. It is set to rise to £322 million next year and £377 million, Mr. Mayor, by 2025, as austerity 2.0 is unleashed by this government. In addition to this, as the leader has mentioned, the government's fair funding review and business rates retention changes continue to be delayed. Instead, local government is drip-fed annual settlements at short notice, which makes it extremely difficult to proactively plan with confidence beyond a one-year horizon. Mr. Mayor, we need this government to ensure a fair and equitable new funding system and continue to put our case to government so that any new system fully protects northern cities like ours. I continue to be extremely concerned, Mr. Mayor, whilst this uncertainty exists, that the government will continue to reduce national support and increasingly force councils to rely on local sources of funding, mainly through council tax, including the adult social care precept, that Tory tax on care that I referenced earlier. We take no pleasure in proposing to raise council tax as the leader has just outlined, especially in such economically challenging times, but the government simply leaves us no choice. If we do not, we will need to make cuts in essential services our residents rely on, and also scale back the much needed investment plans proposed in today's budget. But let's be absolutely clear, Mr. Mayor, although the government tries to obscure with smoke and mirrors, their core funding power assumptions for councils are based on the fact that they will raise council tax by the maximum allowable. If we did not increase to this level, we will be in an even worse financial position. Mr. Mayor, our proposed council tax, forced on us by this government, will still remain the lowest in the North East. The lowest in the North East, Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Leader, you've had your time.
Move an extension, please, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Second that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Farthing.
Thank you. Carry on, Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm nearly finished as well. Anyway, Mr. Mayor, our proposed council tax, again to remind us, will remain the lowest in the North East. We are a lower tax council, Mr. Mayor. And as ways of example, Mr. Mayor, if we look at Bandy properties, South Tyneside residents will pay £149.94 more in council tax compared to Sunderland. North Tyneside residents will pay an extra £168.54 more in council tax. Newcastle residents will pay an extra £249.37 more in council tax. Gateshead residents will pay a whopping £371.48 more in council tax compared to Sunderland. And just to keep the political balance, Mr. Mayor, Tory-led Northumberland residents will pay £280.31 more in council tax. We continue to be the lowest council tax in the whole North East. Mr. Mayor, can I conclude by reiterating what the leader has just outlined, that we continue to protect our most vulnerable residents through providing excellent social care, welfare services, and financially by continuing to provide hardship funding of up to £150 alongside our council tax support scheme that will ensure 16,500 working age households will pay no council tax. This budget reflects the priorities of our residents, Mr. Mayor, whether it be more on climate change, more on tackling poverty, more on improving our environment, more on affordable social housing. This budget delivers on these and many other resident priorities despite the further austerity measures proposed by this government. With this in mind, Mr. Mayor, I believe that the revenue budget and capital programme represent the most balanced and appropriate way forward, and I would therefore fully support the proposals. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. We've received a message, before we go any further, we've received a message from Councillor Kelly. He's got some IT issues and would like to declare his membership of the GMB. Will you make sure that's done, Elaine, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Before dealing with any amendments, individual portfolio holders will be introduced by the portfolio holders. Firstly, the children learning skills. Councillor Farthing, would you like to feedback, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is regrettable that rising numbers of cared for children and the consequential cost increases are indeed a national problem, made more difficult by virtue of the COVID lockdown and reduced support services available from some of our net partner agencies. However, I am pleased to report that with an ongoing local discipline and management, Sunderland continues to no longer be an outlier within the region. This management attention includes a continued focus on early help and intervention for families, and that has proven invaluable in supporting family resilience. It is noteworthy that whilst the rate of children coming into our care principally remains the same as last year, we are unable to move children out of care at the same rate due to the court service operating at a reduced capacity, again due to lockdown. Moreover, the complexity and needs of children coming into our care system has further increased, necessitating a more robust response from our services, in tandem with our statutory partners to provide integrated initiatives to best meet the needs of our children. Through the delivery of these high-quality services by our dedicated staff, we are providing employment and career development opportunities for many Sunderland residents. Mr Mayor, turning to our schools budgets, which as colleagues will know are predominantly funded by the Dedicated Schools Grant or DSG, we continue to experience pressures in relation to our high needs block funding. This again is a national issue, and in Sunderland we have seen a significant rise in education and healthcare plan numbers during 2021. We have a good track record in managing this budget in conjunction with our schools forum, and additional DSG funding has been provided by the government for 2021-22. However, as with children's social care, we need a sustainable funding solution to be implemented by government and as soon as possible. This seemed to be sadly lacking in the Chancellor's proposals today. Finally, Mr Mayor, I am pleased that today's capital proposals include refurbishments to 2 schools, as well as for the replacement of schools' meals kitchen equipment. Unfortunately, only limited government funding was available for this, but this council has decided that we cannot wait for funding that may never come. We must invest in the future of our children, and we will continue to do so from council resources. Mr Mayor, with this in mind, I would conclude by saying we will continue to manage the Children's Services budget with discipline and to the very best of our ability to support our children and families, and I commend the proposals for my portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farthing. Councillor Checker, will you just turn your camera off for a second, please, for a little while? And I'll invite you to speak. Thank you.
Apologies, Mr Mayor, I didn't realise it was on.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Councillor Farthing, yeah, good. Next to speak will be Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Carry on.
Mr Mayor, as noted by colleagues, as a council, we must continue with our city plan ambitions despite the pandemic. We recognise the need to grow, to enable our city to become as self-sustainable as possible, and my portfolio plays a vital part in this through our regeneration and housing activity. I am therefore delighted that the budget proposals continue our significant capital investment over the next 4 years, with plans in place to invest £260 million on a range of schemes. This includes further investment to support the delivery of Riverside Sunderland, including the extremely popular high-level pedestrian bridge, which builds on the work that is already well on its way to completion on the Vaux site. The council continues to be passionate about homes and to improve on the city's housing offer through the rapid delivery of direct investment in our housing delivery and investment plan. This, in addition to the significant investment into strategic regeneration sites at Vaux, Northern Spire Park and across the wider city. As part of a varied offer for the city, these investments include homes for sale and rent, a new supported village with self-contained apartments, and plans for homeless accommodation too. The council's capital investment will support directly the delivery of over 2,000 high quality, energy efficient, low carbon and affordable new homes in sustainable communities. This will stimulate significant investment from central government, registered providers, and private sector investors and developers who are increasingly attracted by the Council's ambitious plans for the city and its successful reputation for delivery. Rather than just bringing in people from outside of Sunderland to build these homes, we are investing in local skills and our residents' futures so that we can do it ourselves, keeping our investment in the local economy as far as possible. Working in partnership with Sunderland College and others, we are bringing forward exciting designs for a new Housing Innovation Construction Skills Academy, which will deliver education and training in both traditional construction skills and innovative new methods of constructing homes. As a council, we continue to work closely with partners and investors to deliver on our aim of making Sunderland a dynamic city, providing better employment opportunities and an improved housing offer. The budget today has shown nothing for the North East. The Chancellor didn't even give us crumbs. We as a city cannot sit back and hope for the best. We need to be on the front foot. We need to be ambitious and we need to be unapologetic for this. Mr. Mayor, with that, I'd like to commend the budget proposals for the Dynamic City portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Healthy City, Councillor Checker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Carry on.
Mr. Mayor, before I begin, I'd like to thank you for your tributes to my colleague and friend, Councillor Dr. Geoffrey Walker. I speak to you today with a profound sense of loss, both personally and professionally, not just for me, but for the wider public in Sunderland, to who Councillor Dr. Walker had dedicated the last 2.5 years of his life to serving and improving their health and well-being. Mr. Mayor, my work from now on will always be building on the good work that Councillor Dr. Walker did in his role as a passionate politician and socialist. I was proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with Councillor Dr. Walker in this portfolio. We shared similar beliefs, ambitions and a desire to change things for the better, and I will honour his memory by continuing to fight for the causes we both believed in, especially the health injustices experienced by so many in our city. Mr. Mayor, before turning to the detail within my own portfolio budget, can we first consider the national context regarding the ongoing funding issue within adult social care and the late announcement of the public health grant? The Local Government Association has stated that the current system of adult social care is unsustainable. People are living longer, often with more complex needs, which is leading to significant increases in costs to be met by the local authorities. However, as if we need reminding, adult social care has demonstrated its value through the pandemic. Care and support services are now in the public, media and political spotlight like never before. We have continued to deliver excellent service through both our own care and support company and through external care providers, care services that some of our most vulnerable residents need. At the same time, we are creating jobs, skills and wider benefits to the local economy as many of these world-class services are delivered by Sunderland residents to Sunderland residents. Recognition of the pressures faced in social care and a restated commitment to reform are welcome in the government's recent announcement on health and social care in the white paper. However, the proposals do not address the urgent need to put adult social care on a sustainable long-term financial footing to ensure social care can best support people to live the independent and fulfilling lives that they want to lead. Worryingly, the additional funding provided by the government as part of this funding settlement, whilst welcomed, is not surprisingly woefully short. And has already been set out by my cabinet colleague so well, most of this funding is actually coming from Sunderland due to the government's expectation that a 5% increase in council tax will be introduced. In addition, the government announced in November further increases to the national living wage. Whilst this is a welcome boost to our residents employed in the care sector, unfortunately it was not accompanied by the funding required to support this, with the costs again falling on us, the local councils. Mr Mayor, the budget proposals outlined today for My Healthy City portfolio arise from work undertaken over many months to develop a service offer that meets the needs assessed in the most cost-effective way. As outlined by the leader, additional funding has been prioritised for social care within the proposed revenue budget. This will support investment in services, help to meet the rising cost from demand, and address the inflationary impact of services we secure from social care providers. We will continue to provide public health services to our residents to support them through the current pandemic, tackle the inequalities that have been clearly demonstrated and exacerbated by the pandemic, and to support our residents to live healthier lifestyles. Although again, as the leader has already mentioned, we still await confirmation of our public health funding for next year. We're not anticipating any increase. Our budget proposals also include capital investment of over £7 million over the next 4 years, including support for the transformation and improvement of daycare provision in the city, as well as further investment into assistive technology to promote the independence and well-being of our residents. In addition, there'll be further investment for disabled facilities grants, which pay for essential housing adaptations to help disabled people stay in their own homes. As outlined in this speech, the financial position moving forward remains extremely challenging, but the proposals put forward today represent a balanced response to these current circumstances. Mr Mayor, with that, I would like to commend the budget proposals for the Healthy City portfolio. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Checker. Before we go on, Councillor Howe, can you switch your camera off, please? Thanks. And finally, Vibrant City, Councillor Williams, Linda Williams.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Right, Mr Mayor, this year's budget proposals for the Vibrant City portfolio continue the work that has been developed over recent years to strengthen the cultural, sporting and events offer available within our city. Over recent years, the number of visitors and residents engaging in our offer in the city has shown a continued upward trend. As the coronavirus pandemic hit the UK in early 2020, many cultural venues had to close and our programme had to change. In Q3 alone, we saw 9,678 views of Sunderland Museum and Winter Gardens online exhibitions. The Sunderland Literature Festival moved online with over 29 online events engaging 18,568 people across all social media channels. There was a strong online reach for a range of our event programme, including 78,000 for Houghton Feast, 179,000 for the Remembrance Service and short films, and Christmas in Sunderland reached over 300,000. Members will appreciate there's naturally some uncertainty around our leisure and cultural offer for the next year, including how we build confidence in our communities to return to our extensive cultural programme. However, we will ensure that our plans reflect the needs and wishes of our residents, businesses and visitors, keeping the community at the heart of our plans whilst following the roadmap out of COVID restrictions. Building on previous successes, we want to grow the city's reputation as an event city, and we will continue to innovate and develop this offer, which will include digital provision across a number of platforms. We will announce new and exciting events as soon as we can, providing some much needed entertainment, activity and fun. Can we all remember that? Whilst enticing residents and visitors into the city centre and supporting our city plan's vibrant city ambitions. The budget allows for a capital investment of over 59 million over the next 4 years, including the exciting Culture House, which the leaders already alluded to. That development will create a living room in the heart of the city, an attractive and welcoming 21st century library and cultural venue that will attract 750,000 visitors a year. We will encourage community engagement and active citizenship in a family-friendly environment. Culture House will be an anchor attraction and a focal point to the city centre in Riverside, Sunderland, generating additional footfall and expenditure into the city centre. The delivery of this capital scheme is supported by the successful bid from the Future High Streets Fund, and the building works are anticipated to be complete in 2023. There is also capital provision for the construction of a new visitors centre at Washington F Pit, the digitisation of the local history and library collections, as well as further lighting for Christmas lights in the city centre and the Festival of Light. I'm pleased to say that this council, along with partners and stakeholders, will bounce back very quickly from the restrictions of the past 12 months and continue on our journey to build a reputation for delivering high-profile, first-class events and a vibrant cultural offer. I think within there, I really need to highlight the work that the voluntary and community sector have done within the city over this last year. They haven't half stood up to the challenges in supporting individuals. They have been amazing, as have our staff. We will ensure that Sunderland offers activities from arts, libraries and music through to museums and heritage, and from participation in sport and physical activity to world-class spectator events. Mr Mayor, as has already been emphasised, the financial position for councils remains extremely challenging. However, we continue to work hard to ensure we provide our residents, businesses and visitors a vibrant and inclusive cultural, along with a wellness offer across the city, which also supports the city's economic growth and regeneration aspirations. With that, Mr Mayor, I would like to commend the budget proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Next, we'll deal with the amendments to the budget proposals moved by the leader. Notice has been given of the proposed amendments, and by now all council members should have received a copy. I would remind council that a recorded vote will be taken on each amendment and then a single vote on the substantive motion. We will deal with the majority opposition group's amendment first. Members have been notified by the Chief Executive that in respect of the Conservative Group amendments, the proposal for each of the following schools shall be moved and seconded and debated and voted on as a separate amendment. The schools are Richard Avenue Primary School, Willow Fields Community Primary School, Horton Community School, Nursery, Oak Learning Trust George Washington Primary School, Rickleton Primary School and Lambton Primary School. As explained in the Chief Executive notification to members, this is necessary because of the Conservative Group proposal to consider it as a single amendment. This would likely to prevent all but one Cabinet member from taking part in the debate and vote on the amendment due to their membership of governing bodies of schools affected by the proposals. It's important that as far as possible, Cabinet members undertake their statutory role and participate in the debate and the vote to Cabinet budget proposals to Council along with any amendments proposed. Any councillor who is a governor of a school which is subject to an amendment is advised to declare their interest if they have not already done so and leave the meeting while the debate and the vote on the particular amendment is taking place. When decisions have been made in respect of all 6 schools, the remaining proposals in the Conservative Group amendment will be moved, seconded and debated and voted on together. So can we take the first amendment in respect of Richard Avenue Primary School, please?
Mr Mayor, can I declare an interest and leave?
Who's that?
It's Councillor Atkinson.
Yes, that's what I thought it was. Yes, please. Councillor Mullen, will you please move the amendment in respect of Richard Avenue Primary School by reading it out?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And before doing so, can I associate my group with the tributes to Councillor Dr Walker and to send our thoughts to his family?
Yeah.
I'd like to move the...
Yeah, right. Can I just... Councillor Doyle, do you second the motion?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor, though I'm not sure Councillor Mullen has moved it yet.
He has. I heard him.
Oh, he has. Okay.
Yeah,
oh, well, I second it then in that
I
case.
just stopped him. Councillor Mullen, would you like to speak on your amendment, please?
I'm going to save main speeches for the bulk of it, Mr. Mayor, but I'll just very quickly add a sentence to contextualise this. This is a school in my ward, and this request came directly from the school, so it's been added to address what they have asked for. Thank you.
Councillor Doyle, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've nothing to add.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? If so, would members please indicate by using the raised hand facility or switch on their camera and mic if they do not have the facility to indicate accordingly.
Mr. Mayor, the leader is indicating that the leader will have a right of reply on the amendment.
Right. Is anybody else? Can I just ask Elaine, do I bring him in now or later?
I'm just double checking, Mr. Mayor, that nobody else is indicating, but it appears not, and therefore, as councillors Mullen and Doyle have spoken, you would now go straight to the leader's right of reply.
Thank you. Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's just a very simple question to Councillor Mullen. Why are you deciding that taking money out of Washington for a capital programme is the sensible way to pay for CCTV that a primary school in your ward? Why is that sensible? Why is that fair? Why is that correct? And more importantly, when you look at the school listing that has been compiled by you within your amendment, and we're going to go through them all now, why is it that only schools with cabinet members were picked? I'm struggling with the logic there. And whilst you may indeed have spoken with the head teacher of Richard Avenue Primary School, my two schools had no contact from anybody within the Conservative Party to ask them if they needed £30,000 for maintenance and repair. And didn't need it either, since my multi-academy trust is financially very sensible. So I'd like Councillor Mullen to explain how he's only picked schools that cabinet members were sitting on as governors, or is he playing politics with our schools and our children for what he perceives as a local political benefit during a cabinet meeting? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. If you just give me a moment, please. So should Councillor Mullen, you don't have a right to reply. Would you like to add some personal explanation, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to point out that the leader is incorrect and that the list of schools in our amendment are not all represented by members of the Cabinet. There isn't, for example, a member of the Cabinet, a governor at Thornhill Park School. I'm not aware of any member of the Cabinet who was a governor at Barnes Junior School. We have spoken to some of these schools, and others have been recommended by our candidates in those wards, which I'm sure he will appreciate is a perfectly legitimate way to do things, given that he allowed two of his candidates to announce a change to council policy on the beach PSPO consultation before the chief executive or any of the ward members even knew about it.
Okay, is that it, Councillor Mullen?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr.
Yep,
Mayor.
yeah, I was just chatting. Right, we'll now take a vote on the amendment. And it's going to be electronic. And those who can't vote electronically, they'll be given the chance to vote verbally. So can we set that up, Elaine, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, perhaps if the officer can confirm when the electronic vote is running.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, vote 1's open now.
Okay. Councillor Peter Gibson and Councillor Betty Gibson, have you got your hand raised?
I have, Mr. Mayor. That's the way I'll be voting.
Yes, we're voting by hand, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kelly, I can see you've joined the meeting. Would you like to turn your camera off, please? Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, you want to raise a point of order, Councillor Mullen. What is it?
In Teams, the current meeting is described for me as a hidden channel and I don't have permission to access it.
Right. Did our technology people hear that, our governance?
It's the same, Mr. Mayor.
I have the same issue, Mr. Mayor. It's
Right.
Councillor Andrew Wood.
Okay.
It's Councillor Stephen O'Brien.
Councillor Francis.
Okay. Can you just bear with us? We've asked somebody to go and have a look at that. If you just bear with us for the moment.
Thank you.
Whoever put 50 pence in the meter, that's worked for me.
Mr. Mayor, could I just check, have all members, have they logged on through their council email address? Because if they've logged on as a guest, apparently the vote wouldn't work in that event.
Elaine, this is Councillor Andrew Wood. Whatever got changed there or modified there, I can now and have now voted. I don't know if that's the same for others who are having a similar problem.
I still can't see it, Elaine.
Neither can I, Elaine.
I'm no further forward either.
Councillor Green, and I can't see it.
Sorry, who was that?
Councillor Greener.
Right.
Mr Mayor, in the circumstances, perhaps if members could stop voting electronically now, we'll take the vote and we'll take any votes from members who haven't been able to vote verbally, and then hopefully the issue might resolve itself for the future votes. We'll see how we go.
Yeah. Can we do that, please? Can everybody stop voting electronically now, and then we'll go through like a verbal vote.
So when the officer's ready, if he could perhaps read out the number of votes received so far, please.
Mr Mayor, we've received 14 votes for, 31 votes against and 2 abstentions.
Okay. Is there anybody who hasn't been able to vote?
Mr Mayor, I'll read down the list of names that I can see of members indicating. So Councillor Peter Gibson. Could we have...
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
Against.
Councillor Scanlon, I'll get to you in a minute.
Councillor McLennan.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Spedding.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Henry Truman.
Against, Karen. Karen, I'll just mention, I think you hit the nail on the head. When I'm trying to vote, it's putting me down that I'm not on Teams and someone needs to add us. So it could be that logging on issue.
Right, noted. We'll hopefully things will work better for the next vote. Thanks, Councillor Truman. Councillor Mullen.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Francis.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
4.
Thank you. Councillor McKnight. Neil McKnight.
Sorry about that. Yes, against.
Thank you. Councillor Scanlon.
Against.
Thank you. Have all members been able to vote now?
No, Elaine, I haven't.
Councillor O'Brien.
I vote for.
Thank you.
Councillor Ledbetter.
Yes, Councillor Ledbetter.
4.
Thank you. I think all members have now voted, Mr Mayor, so if the officer could provide the updated totals, please.
Mr Mayor, we've had 19 votes for, 39 votes against and 2 abstentions.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Therefore, the amendment is defeated.
Okay. Thank you, William. We'll now move on to the next one. Councillor Mullen, will you please move the amendment in respect of Willowfields Community Primary School by reading it out, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Funding for outdoor physical education apparatus to support mental wellbeing for Willowfields Community Primary School, £30,000.
Mr Mayor, can I ask if we've invited Councillor Atkinson back into the room?
Sorry, I don't think we have. I'll ask her. Thank you for raising that, Councillor Leader. Councillor Atkinson. Right, I think Councillor Atkinson's back in. Councillor Doyle, do you second the motion?
Yes, I second the amendment, Mr Mayor.
Yeah. Councillor Mullen, would you like to speak on the amendment?
Again, only just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, to say that this was a request from a governor of the school. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Doyle, would you like to speak on it?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? If so, would members please indicate?
Nobody. Mr. Mayor, nobody is indicating, and therefore you would move straight to the leader's right of reply.
Okay, thank you. Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Once again, this is an amendment that we, the Labour Group, will not be supporting, and I still query the decision-making process behind why these have all come forward from the Conservative group. I would ask, Mr. Mayor, that when people are speaking, even if it's briefly, that they put their camera on, because I think it right that if people are watching this in the public domain, they can see who's talking. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for pointing that out, Leader. I can't obviously see everybody on the screen at the same time, so I'm not sure who's got what. Okay. Can we take a vote on the amendment, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if the officer could please confirm when the vote is available.
Mr. Mayor, vote 2 is open now.
Okay, thank you. Can members please vote?
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if members could stop voting electronically now, and if the officer could read the preliminary results, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 15 votes for, 30 votes against and 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you. Can we now take some of the manual votes, please? Can we arrange that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor Peter Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Spedding.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Loughlin.
Against, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harry Truman.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
For.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I can't see any other members indicating. Councillor Scanlon, have you managed to vote?
No, I haven't. Against.
Thank you. Councillor Howe, have you been able to vote?
No, but I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Hodson.
Thank you, Elaine and Merson. I have voted myself. Stephen O'Brien just messaged me to say he's been kicked out of the meeting and he's trying to log back in. So I'm guessing from his silence he's not here. But I just wanted to let you know he may be missing for this part of the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hodson. Councillor McLennan.
Thank you, Elaine. I'd like to vote against, please.
Thank you.
Elaine?
Councillor O'Brien.
Yes, it's me. Sorry, I was just my computer decided it wanted an update. I vote for the amendment.
Thank you.
Councillor Howe, Councillor Greener, can you turn your cameras off, please?
Sorry, it's frozen.
Mine's
right,
frozen.
up here.
Oh, there.
Mr. Mayor, I think all members have now been able to vote. And
Councillor Francis hasn't.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Francis. Could we have your vote, please?
Yes, I'm all for.
Thank you.
Councillor Ledbetter. Hello, Councillor Ledbetter's here.
Councillor Ledbetter, could we have your vote, please?
For.
Thank you.
Is that everybody?
Councillor Butler, Chair. Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Right. Councillor Butler, would you like to cast your vote?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I believe I've casted my vote, but I think some people may be having difficulties because they're logging in through a telephone rather than the council laptop, so that may be easier. And there's some excellent training sessions that the council officers have delivered, which I think will be very worthwhile since we have some very important business to get on with. Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Butler, for your observations.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think all members have now given their vote. So if the officer could give the updated totals, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 20 votes for, 38 votes against, and 2 abstentions.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, that amendment is defeated.
Okay. We'll now move on to the next one. Councillor Mullen, will you please move the amendment in respect of Horton Community Nursery by reading it out? Are you there, Councillor Mullen?
I am, but it's not displayed on screen. I think this is maintenance fund for Horton Community Nursery.
Yes, it is. Thank you. Councillor
Mr.
Doyle,
Mayor, I'll have to declare an interest and leave the meeting at this point.
if you please do. If you please do, but once the discussion's over, can you come back, please? Councillor Doyle, do you second the motion?
Yes, I second the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Councillor Mullen, would you like to speak on the amendment?
No, thank you.
Councillor Doyle, would you like to speak on the amendment?
I've nothing further to add, Mr. Mayor.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? If so, please indicate accordingly.
Mr. Mayor, we have Councillor Atkinson, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Checker, Councillor Neil McKnight,
Is that everybody?
I can't see any other hands raised,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. I wonder if can I just double check? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? If they could put their camera on, if they haven't been able to use the raised hand function. That appears to be it, Mr. Mayor. So therefore, the speakers are Councillor Atkinson, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Checker, Councillor Neil McKnight, and then the leader has the right of reply.
Thank you, William. That's what I've got as well. So, Councillor Atkinson, would you like to proceed, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologise if this has already been raised previously. Obviously, I had to leave the meeting at the first amendment. I'm just wondering if there could be any clarification on the methodology or selection criteria of these schools and nurseries, and also how this was advertised. We've been told that a governor contacted the Conservative Party from Willowfields, and I just wonder if there's clarification on Houghton Nursery and how this came about.
Okay. Well, I did.
Thank you.
Thank you. I did ask. Obviously, you weren't in the first one, but Councillor Mullen did give some feedback to the reason. But since you weren't there, Councillor Mullen, would you like to give a personal explanation again, please?
Yes, it's just the same as before. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It just relates to the same process used by the Labour group in respect of the PSPO on the beach.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Leader, would you like to speak now?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just it's quite a strange amendment where the party moving the amendment hasn't got any comments. And how can we be expected to support something when they are not even prepared to put any comments forward to support it themselves? And I think the reason for that, and I think Councillor Mullen reference to it at the very first amendment, is that in relation to all of these, he's referenced that he's only talked to some of the schools. So some of the proposals, and this could be one, I have no idea, that the governing body, the head teacher, have no idea whatsoever that there's an item on the agenda providing funding. And if they haven't been consulted, how can we have the detailed knowledge to understand whether the school need the money, whether the school do need the money but have a different priority? We don't have that information because quite clearly the Conservative group have not fully consulted with the schools concerned. And I would therefore suggest that we oppose the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Checker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'm shocked and astounded that we are here having these discussions today. Like my colleagues, I've noted that there is absolutely no reasoning given as to why this nursery has been chosen, who this was discussed with, other than to promote a candidate or apparently as revenge because of a public space protection order being announced by a candidate in Seaburn. How does this relate to a nursery school in Houghton Spring? Mr. Mayor, after a decade of Tory cuts, with teachers being more than £4,000 worse off, this Conservative government, represented in this chamber today by these shameful councillors who have slashed the wages of hard-working staff, now have the cheek to use our schools as political footballs. Mr. Mayor, since 2010, school teachers and leaders have had their pay capped or frozen. 94% of teachers are having a real terms pay cut. Rishi Sunak has frozen public sector pay, and today in his budget announcement, there is nothing for schools, nothing. Why on earth do they feel that this is appropriate? Mr. Mayor, if the Conservatives in this room wish to stand up for our schools, they should start by lobbying their government to reverse the cuts. This is pure electioneering, using our teachers and our schools for political advantage, and it's shameful, especially when we know that in most of these proposals, including this one, the head teacher and the governing body are not even aware. How can they stand up and use our children and our schools to gain political advantage for a candidate just because there is an election coming up? As Councillor Atkinson said, share your methodology, share your selection criteria, share your communications, and stand up and admit that this is nothing more than aiming to get a cheap headline for your candidates. And I'm afraid I have to say that our children, our teachers and our schools deserve better than this, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neil McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really, I mean, I can't see a great deal more, or I can't say it any more eloquently than Councillor Checker has just put that. I'm probably going to be slightly more blunt about it and call it out for what it is. This is absolute garbage, Mr. Mayor. It really is. We are aware, because councillors' colleagues have spoken to the school in the last 2 days, that no one, repeat, no one has approached the school or the head teacher about this. Nobody. The head teacher is completely oblivious to the fact that this is being used as a political football for base gerrymandering by the Tories. You know, you kind of hope that we were going to see this new type of politics that was bandied around by Councillor Mullen. And I held a great deal of stead in that. Clearly, it isn't. It's absolutely disgraceful. I'm sorry, but you know, we are preying on the needs of children in this city with this type of motion. It's shocking. And just to repeat, I am calling this out for what it is. No one at the school asked for this, so I'm not quite sure where it's come from the majority, from the party in opposition, but it stinks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKnight. Leader, you've got the right of reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank my colleagues for calling it out for what it is. Obviously, we will be voting against this amendment because it's sheer and the cheapest and the tawdriest type of pork barrel politics by the usual nasty party and their behaviour about getting or attempting to get any sort of vote, Mr. Mayor. So we'll be voting against it.
Thank you, Leader. Right, can we vote on the amendment, please? We'll do the electronic first.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So if the officer can confirm when the vote is open, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, vote 3 is open now.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, perhaps if members could now stop using the electronic vote and the officer could give us the preliminary figures, please.
Thank you, William.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 15 votes for, 32 votes against, and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so can we now move to the verbal vote, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councillor McLennan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Elaine, I'd like to vote against, please.
Thank you. Councillor Betty Gibson. Sorry, Councillor Gibson, I didn't quite hear that.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Scanlon.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Spedding.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Harry Truman.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien. Councillor
For,
O'Brien, you're on.
Elaine.
For.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Francis.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
For.
Thank you. I can't see any other members indicating. Are there any members who haven't been able to vote? Councillor Howe?
For.
Thank you.
Councillor Ledbetter.
Councillor Ledbetter?
For.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I think that completes the vote, and therefore if the officer could give us the updated figures, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 20 votes for, 40 votes against, and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the amendment's therefore defeated.
Thank you, Elaine. Right, we'll move on to the next one. Councillor Mullen, will you please move the amendment in respect of Oak Learning Trust, George Washington Primary School by reading it out, please?
Mr. Mayor, I'll leave the meeting at this phase, and I'll expect a call to let me know when I can come back in. Thank you.
Right. Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, can I also do the same, please? It's Councillor Fiona Miller.
Right, no problem. Councillor Mullen, would you like to continue to read out the?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Repairs and Maintenance Fund for Oak Learning Trust, George Washington Primary School, £30,000.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Doyle, do you second the motion?
Yes, I second the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Mullen, do you want to speak on the amendment?
Just very briefly to address Councillor Stewart's question from the previous item. I did say up front that obviously we didn't choose to vote on these as separate amendments and that we would be keeping single unified speeches where we would talk about the entirety of our amendment as one, not dividing up into lots of different speeches.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Doyle, do you wish to say anything at this point?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Does anybody else wish to speak on the amendment? If so, would you please indicate accordingly?
Mr. Mayor, we have hands raised from Councillor McLennan, Councillor Lawson, Councillor Farthing, Councillor Williams, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Elizabeth Gibson,
I'm gonna.
Mr. Mayor, can I raise a point of order? It's 13.12 that the question be now put.
No. Elaine, Councillor Elizabeth Gibson, I don't wish to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Can you just give me a moment, please?
Mr. Mayor, through you, if I could clarify, the rule provides that if a motion that the question be now put is seconded and the Mayor thinks the item has been sufficiently discussed, he will put the procedural motion to the vote. At this stage, there hasn't actually been any discussion on this amendment at all.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Councillor O'Brien.
I'm happy to second, Mayor Sunderland. It's Niall Hodson.
Mr. Mayor, it's your decision on whether you think the matter has been sufficiently discussed or not. If you think the matter has not been sufficiently discussed, then you don't need to put the procedural, to give the right of reply and put the procedural motion to the vote. If you consider that the matter has not been sufficiently discussed, then you don't need to move to putting the question.
Right. I think at this point I will listen to the speakers on this, and then we'll have the vote. So, Councillor McClellan, if you try and keep it brief, please.
I can't keep it any briefer, Mr. Mayor. I actually tried to get in the front of the queue for the vote. I don't have anything to say.
Right. Okay. Councillor Lawson, did you have anything to say?
Very, very quickly, Chair. I'm just astounded that the Tories want to remove the funding for the FPIT project. I thought we had passed the days when the Tories hated mining communities, but obviously they don't. And Mr. Mayor, I know you probably can't see him, but I know you asked Councillor Mullen to switch his camera on, but he hasn't had his camera on since you asked him to do that.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks for pointing that out. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor Mullen, you say you have told the schools that you thought it would be going through as a larger proposal. You knew, in fact, that when you pick cabinet members, schools, it would need to be debated separately because we would need to leave the room. Absolutely disgusted that you are playing these games.
Councillor Williams, can I?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor. I didn't
just stop
hear.
you? I think is it Councillor Mullen?
It is, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
What's your point of order, Councillor Mullen?
It's a point of personal clarification in respect to what Councillor Williams just said about the legal advice.
Okay, carry on.
Councillor Williams said there that we knew that these would be dealt with as separate proposals, but I'd just like to clarify that last week we were given legal advice that said they would all be continued as one amendment. We found out for the first time that they'd be dealt with separately yesterday in the same email as everybody else, and that was a surprise to us. So what Councillor Williams has just said, I'm sure wasn't intentionally incorrect, but it was nonetheless incorrect.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mullen. And can you just note as well that if you're speaking, can you switch your camera on if you haven't got any technical problems, please? Councillor Stewart, Deputy Leader.
Excuse me.
Sorry,
Mayor,
Councillor Williams. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. In that case, Councillor Mullen, I do take that back. I think you did know, though, that because you pick cabinet members, it would cause a bit of a difficulty. I would say that I have spoken to governors and I have spoken to staff, as I'm sure many other people will in this room, to say that you as this Conservative group are playing underhand tactics. In fact, I've had that back from a couple of people who would probably have voted Tory but will not now do so in the local elections because they feel this is a low blow to go to. It's pretty much like dangling a carrot in front of schools and saying, we're just going to play this. We know that nasty Labour Party will vote against it, but you know we've got your best interest at heart. I'm absolutely furious that you will play with kids' lives in this way. It is just not acceptable. And to be absolutely fair, I'm going to aim this at the new leadership, because the old leadership of the Conservative group wouldn't have done this. They wouldn't have stooped so low. I'm just disgusted. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and finally, Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. There, I just following on from Councillor Williams. Quite clearly, the tactics of the Conservative group were to circumvent democracy by hoping that all of these individual motions will be dealt with as a whole, and therefore circumvent Cabinet being able to respond. But in relation to this specific proposal, I think the comments from Councillor Mullen that he's holding back until the main discussion on the substantive amendments is just not good enough. If he's putting something forward, £30,000 for the trust concerned, he should have some detailed knowledge about why we should be wanting to support that proposal. The reason he doesn't have it is because, and I'll say it again, is they haven't been consulting with schools, they haven't been consulting with head teachers. Reality is, and a school very close to my heart, shall we say, and I won't mention it, has absolutely no idea whatsoever about the proposal to give them 30,000 that's previously been dealt with. And that's the pattern throughout all of this, is that the Tories have just simply looked at which schools Cabinet members are on and have decided, let's have some fun and games. Mr. Mayor, when trying to think of sort of some words that express my feelings about this, I mean, sly, devious, underhanded, sinister, sneaky, dodgy, nasty.
Point of order, Mayor Sunderland. It's Niall Hodson.
Mr. Mayor, that's what I feel.
Councillor Stewart.
To vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Hodson. Sorry. You're going to say something there?
Yeah, yes, sorry, there's just a lot of crumbling there. Yes, under Rule 13.11, Mayor Sunderland, can we proceed to the next business, please? I'd like to move that.
Do we have a seconder?
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Right.
Mr. Mayor, you did call me, and I haven't had the opportunity to speak yet.
Right. Okay. I was Councillor Farthing. If you would just like to come in now, and then we'll move to the next
Mr.
business.
Mayor, you haven't dealt with a point of order.
I have dealt with it, as far as I'm concerned. Councillor Farthing was on the list. I just missed her, so she would have been asked. So I'm going to ask Councillor Farthing to speak briefly, and then we'll move to the main part of the business. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, I was first elected to this council in 1975, and I know that politics is a dirty business, but in all that time that I've been involved in politics, I can honestly say that this amendment and these amendments coming from the Conservatives opposite tonight stink of the gutter. Or perhaps it's the sweat, or the juvenile sweat, of the Tory boys opposite. I can't imagine the embarrassment of the more senior members of the group who seem to have lost their moderating influence. It's politicising something which should not be politicised, our education system. We know that it's underfunded. Up and down the country, councils are crying out for additional funding for their schools, additional funding for their services. But the schools really, I just cannot believe this is happening. And to suggest that you haven't chosen these schools is an absolute, well, it's a mile from the truth. We all know that. And I can see that the Liberals are in cahoots with the Tories It's such good politics, isn't it? Be good, so good on the doorsteps. I don't think the residents of Sunderland are that gullible, and I hope that you get a nasty backlash and a nasty shock at the May elections. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, can we now just move to the vote, please? The electronic vote.
Mr. Mayor, vote 4's open.
Right. Can I just confirm that the leader and Councillor Fiona Miller are back in the meeting? Oh, sorry, not yet. No.
God, what a face.
Councillor Farthing, can you just turn your camera off, please?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, dear me.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if members could stop using the electronic vote now, and if the officer could confirm the preliminary figures, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 15 votes for, 32 votes against, and no abstentions.
Thank you. Can we move to the verbal vote, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, if Councillor McLennan could give her vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's against. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Harry Truman.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Betty Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bob Francis.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Ledbetter, have you been able to vote?
For. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scanlon?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Howe?
For.
Thank you. Are there any other members who haven't been able to vote yet? Mr. Mayor, that appears to be everyone, and so if the officer can give us the updated figures, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 20 votes for, 39 votes against, and no abstentions.
Mr. Mayor, the amendment is therefore defeated.
Okay, thank you. Can I just check whether Councillor Fiona Miller and the leader are back in the meeting?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm back in.
Right. Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too am now back in the room.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Mullen, will you please move the amendment in respect of Rickleton Primary School by reading it out, please?
Thank you, Mr.
Mayor,
Mayor.
can I declare my interest and leave the meeting?
Yep, please do. Sorry, Councillor Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Repairs and maintenance fund for Rickleton Primary School, £30,000.
Okay. Councillor Doyle, do you second the motion?
I second the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mullen, would you like to speak on the amendment?
Just to draw your attention, Mr. Mayor, to since it's come up a few times.
Can you switch your camera on, please?
That's just what I was about to say, Mr. Mayor. I do have a technical difficulty, and I've emailed the monitoring officer in that respect.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, did you want to speak on the amendment, or we just finished?
I'm finished, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Doyle, did you want to speak on the amendment?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Bearing in mind that we've already had 4 of these already, does anybody else want to speak on the amendment? If so, please indicate. Can you see anybody, Elaine? Or?
Mr. Mayor, nobody appears to be indicating, and therefore you would move straight to the leader's right of reply.
Leader, do you have anything further to add on this?
Oh, I could go on for hours, Mr. Mayor, but I'd like the meeting to be finished like yourself tonight.
Yeah, okay.
No, we'll be, as per usual, against this amendment because it's clearly a cheap political stunt by the Tory party who have nothing better to say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Elaine, can we arrange the electronic vote, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if the officer can confirm when the vote is open, please.
Mr. Mayor, vote 5's open.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if the members could stop voting electronically now, and if the officer could give us the initial figures, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 15 votes for, 31 votes against, and 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you. Could we have the verbal vote now, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Pat Smith.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
For, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Harry Truman.
Against.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Betty Gibson.
Against.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Francis.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Ledbetter.
For. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scanlon.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
For.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, it appears all members have been able to vote now. Nobody else is indicating, so if the officer could give the updated totals, please.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Oh,
I
is there a
have my
hand raised?
on.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, Councillor McLennan, did I miss you?
You didn't miss me. I pressed the hand, it came on, and it appears to turn itself off after a while because it must have arthritis in the wrist. It's against.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, I think that is all members who voted now. So if the officer could give us the updated total when they're ready, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 20 votes for, 39 votes against, and 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you.
The amendment's therefore defeated, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. We'll now move on to the next one. Councillor Mullen, will you please move the amendment in respect of Lambton Primary School?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, can I declare an interest and leave the room?
Yes, Councillor Williams. Sorry, Councillor Mullen, the amendment in respect of Lambton Primary School, please. Could you read it out?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Repairs and maintenance fund for Lambton Primary School, £30,000.
Okay. Councillor Doyle, do you second the motion?
I second the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Mullen, do you wish to speak on the amendment?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Doyle, do you wish to speak?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Does anybody else wish to speak on the amendment? If so, could you indicate?
I've gone through all that. Budget's here.
Councillor Farthing. Mr. Mayor, it appears just Councillor Farthing has indicated, so therefore the speakers would be Councillor Farthing followed by the leader's right of reply.
Okay, thank you, Elaine. Councillor Farthing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, we have another school associated with a cabinet member. I think there's a pattern appearing here, and it's alarming that we're having to deal with this sort of party political shenanigans.
Mr. Mayor, can I move a point of order, please?
Sorry?
Can I move a point of order?
You can.
Yeah, 13.11C to proceed to the next business. We've heard the same statements over and over again. It's getting ridiculous.
Councillor O'Brien, this is the last one. I would rather have a little bit discussion. Yeah, with it being a new proposal, but I'm sure Councillor Farthing will be brief on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will, but it is a pattern, and fancy Councillor O'Brien actually noticing that we have a pattern, and that and I've noticed that the Liberals are joining with the Tories in this. So again, it's political shenanigans, and it's deplorable, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely deplorable that our schools should be used in this manner. I've never known anything like it. It's awful. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and it is the last one, so I'll make the point that I've been waiting to make now regarding this. This was clearly planned by the Conservative Party a little while ago. I believe that had Councillor and Dr. Geoffrey Walker still been with us, he also would have been excluded from the meeting as the Cabinet member for Health and Adult Social Care. And Councillor Checker was the Cabinet Deputy at the time, so she was omitted from ensuring that she was excluded. I have absolutely no doubt this has been an attempt to remove Cabinet and the Leader and Deputy Leader from the Council budget process during the amendments, to remove their ability to have political discourse, to have democracy, to have debate. And it's absolutely disgraceful, in my opinion, that this was attempted. The mealy-mouthed words of random anonymous governors contacting people, I just do not believe. I know for a fact nobody contacted my schools. And I think you'll find that from my colleagues, nobody contacted their schools. But for it to be focused so much on Cabinet, to deny us the ability to debate, is deeply worrying. Is that genuinely the new type of politics that Councillor and Dr. Mullen promised us? So I'll leave it there, Mr. Mayor. I hope people can see it for what it is. And we, of course, obviously will be voting against this amendment like the other 5. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Elaine, can we have a vote on the amendment, please, electronically first?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if the officer could please confirm when the vote is open.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, vote 6 is open now.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if members could please stop voting electronically now, and if the officer could give the initial figures, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 15 votes for, 31 votes against and 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll take the rest of the votes from members. So first of all, Councillor McLennan.
Yeah. Sorry. Elaine, can you hear me all right?
I can, yes, thank you.
All right. Sorry about that. My eyesight is so bad at the moment. I can't see the little symbols. Yeah, it's against.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
It's for, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Truman.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Betty Gibson.
Against. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Francis.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Scanlon.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Howe. Councillor Howe.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Ledbetter.
For. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I can see Councillor Francis, you have your hand up. I think I took your vote, didn't I? Yeah.
You did indeed.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, it appears all members have now voted, and therefore, if the officer could give the updated figures, please.
Mr. Mayor, there's 20 votes for, 38 votes against, and 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you.
The amendment's therefore defeated, Mr. Mayor.
Right, thank you. We'll move on. Councillor Mullen, will you please move the remaining proposals in your group's amendment to the revenue and capital budget by reading them out, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move our revenue amendment and the remainder of our capital amendment, which is as follows. Reduction in corporate affairs and communications to include a reduction in the £100,000 spent on outsourced PR work, £281,844. Reduction in councillors' allowances as set out below, £197,574. Abolish all councillors' expenses, £35,000. Reduction in business investment team budget achieved by cutting the Japan America funding and reducing the travel budget, £80,045. Revised port deficit reduction, £100,000. End council advertising in Vibe magazine, £20,000. Cancel International Airshow and Festival of Light this year for COVID security reasons and move to a for-profit or sponsorship model in future years, £781,154. A reduction in the neighbourhood fund to reinvest as set out below, £500,000. Reduction in trade union facility time, £150,000. And a reduction in the carbon reduction budget to reinvest as set out below, £92,000. Insert 5 park and cemetery wardens, £157,660. Free means tested pest control in residential areas, £80,500. Insert 30 rat baiting bins across the city's parks and green spaces, not including those locations that already have them, £19,500. Free larger green household waste bin replacements for families of 4 or more upon request. An initial trial of 1,000 bins over the year to measure demand, £42,000. Move to a more proactive environmental enforcement policy at no cost to the taxpayer. Tree-lined streets and wildflower planting programme to be funded via the carbon reduction budget, £92,000. School mental health counselling pilot scheme, £15,000, and a reduction in Labour's proposed council tax increase, £1,830,957. In respect of the capital budget, delete the FPIT proposal, £4.65 million, and to market for sale the Roker pods. To then spend £2 million on a Washington Children's Activity Centre Development Fund, Thornhill Park School car park development based on quotes obtained by the North East Autism Society, £200,000, Derwent Hill glamping pod development subject to planning permission, £114,000, Together for Children Residential Home Development Fund, £2 million, an increased capital spend on Barnes Junior School, £140,000. And the rest has obviously been dealt with, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Doyle, do you second the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I second the amendment.
Okay. Councillor Mullen, would you like to speak on the amendment, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And firstly, on behalf of my group, I'd like to thank John Ritchie and Paul Wilson for their support in developing our policy proposals and putting together our budget amendment over the last 2 weeks. We also thank all council employees who have worked so hard during the lockdown and who will lead us out of it. Our job as the city's main opposition is to offer an alternative. In a democracy, our role isn't to simply wave through the Labour group's proposals or to withhold scrutiny as they seem to expect, but to present a different vision for the city, and our alternative budget is very different indeed. It highlights different priorities, differences in approach, and a different political worldview. The Labour group told residents that it would do everything in its power to protect them from a council tax rise, yet it took Cabinet just 7 minutes to agree the maximum possible increase available to them, and Labour councillors, not Conservatives, are about to vote in favour of it. The Conservative amendment rejects their 5% increase and offers the lowest council tax of any party represented on this council. The Labour group said there is no rat problem in this city, and despite using all of his charm and charisma, Paul Stewart wasn't able to undo the damage his original remark has had. He has become an internet meme, and residents now quote him on social media alongside photographs of rats in their streets, their gardens, and their homes. The Conservative group is proposing an investment in citywide rat baiting in public spaces because, unlike Labour, with the exception of Councillor Mordy, we are not in denial about the problem. And half-price pest control simply isn't good enough. Residents who didn't cause the rat problem shouldn't have to pay for it. That's why we're proposing to give it to them for free and to introduce more punitive action for those who are responsible for causing the mess that attracts vermin in the first place. The Labour group says it's committed to the green agenda, but it's the Conservative group that is proposing to cut down on international travel. If Liz Truss can do a trade deal with Japan via Zoom, then there's no reason Sunderland Council can't go digital and cut its carbon footprint in the process. The Labour group told residents that they were against an increase in the basic allowance, but their leader misled this council and falsely claimed not to have asked the Independent Remuneration Panel for a rise in 2020, despite the IRP report from 2020 saying he did exactly that. The Conservative group, on the other hand, is proposing here exactly what we proposed to the panel, over £197,000 of savings generated by cuts to special responsibility allowances. And unashamed by their leader's own lies at last full council, the Labour group had the nerve to say that claims it had...
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Leader?
I absolutely am not having Councillor Mullen call me a liar in this council chamber. We've had this independent remuneration panel issue before, and I would like the city solicitor to remind Councillor Mullen that I absolutely stand by my words. I did no such thing as ask for a rise in councillor allowances with the independent remuneration panel, and that was agreed and accepted, and I insist that he withdraw that comment. He will not call me a liar in this chamber, or I will take further action against him. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Mullen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Would you like to withdraw the comment, or?
No, Mr. Mayor, I disagree with what the leader just said. He did at the last meeting say that the contents of the independent remuneration panel report were wrong and said that it was actually a comment from 2019. What I am saying is that it was a comment from 2020, and he explicitly said last time that it wasn't.
Okay, I think the leader will probably take this further. Okay, carry on, Councillor Mullen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have lost my place now.
I'll bear with you.
The Labour group had the nerve to say that claims that it voted against our park warden policy were fake news, despite the fact they did. So for the record, Mr. Mayor, they have voted against it in 2019, in 2020, they voted against it in January, and because we're being generous, we're giving them a chance to vote against it again tonight. Such as our commitment to openness and transparency, we're proposing to cut the funding to the comms budget so that PR companies used by the Council and the Labour Party don't have vested interests. Too often it's difficult to see where the Council ends and the Labour Party begins. And while there's much to be welcomed in the capital programme, much of which is funded by the Conservative government, our proposals go further, with more spending on schools and educational facilities than any other party has proposed. And we welcome, of course, the plans to tidy up the city centre with the help of the government's Future High Street Funding Award. But whilst there's progress on the horizon, there is still one dilapidated structure in this city which has become dangerously unstable at the top.
Can I just stop you there, Councillor Mullen, for a moment, please? Councillor O'Brien, yes. You've got your hand up.
I wasn't aware I did have, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Doyle again, can you just carry on? Sorry, Councillor Mullen, can you carry on again, please?
Yes, that's fine, thank you, Mr. Mayor. What we're presenting here, Mr. Mayor, is an investment in the future. These proposals have children and the environment at their heart. Our amendment proposes spending plans that would change our residents' lives for the better, and all of this without needing Labour's 5% council tax increase. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mullen. Councillor Doyle, do you wish to speak on the amendment?
I do, yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Carry on.
Yeah, thank you. This amendment represents the budget the people of Sunderland actually want. It offers transparency, prudence, and above all, fairness. Transparency because we are slashing the frankly gratuitous allowances paid to some members of this council and abolishing councillor expenses entirely. It is the view of the Conservative group that serving on this council is, or at least should be, a great privilege. It is not, Mr. Mayor, an opportunity to line one's own pockets. And with the greatest respect to our Labour colleagues, we do not feel that the following represents value for money. £50,224 on deputy cabinet members, £24,908 to area committee vice chairs, £6,277 for the scrutiny coordinating vice chair. And as colleagues will have noticed in our amendment, this list goes on and on and on. And whilst we are proposing to cut your allowance as well, Mr. Mayor, at least we have not followed the advice of Washington East Labour candidate Sean Laws, who advocated for the abolition of the mayoralty altogether. We have your back, Mr. Mayor, as you know. But critics of this council often describe its allowances structure as a gravy train, and looking at this list, it's easy to understand why. Our budget amendment is also financially prudent. We have recognised that COVID-19 has placed the local authority under strain, and we agree that it is necessary to dip into the reserves to ensure the continued delivery of COVID support across this city. Of course, at this stage, we should also acknowledge the government's £161 million investment in Sunderland over the last year, which has provided funding for housing and homelessness, delivered winter support grants to feed children during the school holidays, and offered council tax relief. As the party of financial responsibility, we have made sure our amendment delivers a balanced budget without further dipping into the reserves. And finally, Mr. Mayor, this amendment offers fairness. People and businesses across this city have endured unprecedented hardships as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and it would surely be grossly unfair to saddle taxpayers with the maximum council tax increase of 5% allowed in law without triggering a referendum. Interestingly, the Labour group initially appeared to support this view. For weeks, council leadership told residents they would do everything they could to prevent a council tax hike. And yet, Mr. Mayor, on the 9th of February, it took our venerable cabinet only 7 minutes and 23 seconds to decide that generous allowances and PR are more important than keeping council tax low. Councillor Miller said at the beginning of this meeting that he had no choice but to raise council tax. Well, this Tory party amendment proves that is simply not the case. And in this amendment, we have achieved the most significant council tax reduction of any proposal before this council tonight, through a saving of over £1.8 million. The scale of this reduction has been illustrated rather neatly on a Lib Dem style bar chart on the Sunderland Conservatives Facebook page. I'm sure those Labour councillors who take an active interest in our social media will have already seen this, although if not, I suppose they will have plenty of time to browse our Facebook page from May the 7th onwards. And so, Mr. Mayor, to conclude, I would urge colleagues to support this amendment and deliver a fairer budget for the people of Sunderland. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Doyle. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? If so, would members please indicate accordingly.
Mr. Mayor, we have Councillor McDonough, Councillor Peter Ward, Councillor McKeith, Councillor Hodson, Councillor Oliver, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Williams, Councillor Farthing, Councillor Atkinson, so, Mr. Mayor, the speakers that I have are Councillor McDonough, Peter Ward, McKeith, Hodson, Oliver, Stewart, Williams, Farthing, Atkinson, and then the leader has the right of reply on the amendment. Oh, sorry, Councillor Neil McKnight.
Sorry, did you say Atkinson, then?
And then Councillor McKnight, Neil McKnight.
Yeah, right. And then the leader. Okay, Councillor McDonough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and I'm delighted to be speaking this evening to support some very positive amendments to the budget. Firstly, however, I'd like to speak my huge disappointment around how this Labour Council is working with the government of our city. Today, we saw Rishi Sunak deliver a national budget, which included a number of very positive policies for the North East. And among these was the announcement of a branch of the Treasury being brought to Darlington and a free port being granted to Teesside. This positive news is, however, tinged with sadness at the thought that it could have been us. This Labour Council have done absolutely nothing to engage with the government, preferring to carry on with an inward-looking, highly political attitude. And over the last few months, this Conservative group have written to the Chancellor to urge him to bring the Treasury to Sunderland, banging the drum for our city. And a few weeks ago, I myself even asked the Prime Minister directly to bring government departments to our city. These investments have indeed gone to Teesside, and it's little surprise, as their mayor, MPs and councils of differing political parties have put politics aside and put a positive case directly to the government. They put in the work and they've got the rewards. Our Labour leadership have decided to sit on their hands, preparing to play politics and to bash the government for a few cheap headlines, instead of working together to put a positive case forward for our city. It is the people of Sunderland, sadly, who are missing out. Moving on to the budget, though, Mr. Mayor, I must say that I'm deeply disappointed that it's yet another budget which fails to, which offers little whilst asking more from residents. And I fail to see the positives of saddling local residents with an extra £12 million of debt interest in this budget and raising council tax by just under 5% yet again. People will be paying an extra 5% in council tax. They will be getting absolutely nothing extra for their money. The money will go up in smoke in debt interest because this administration cannot get its finances in order. I recently surveyed residents in my community and the results were loud and clear. If a council tax rise is put in place, residents want to see improvements in our communities for their money and service standards to rise. This budget simply does not offer that, and we'll see a black hole opened in our finances. With this in mind, to ask people to pay an extra 4.9% at a time when many are struggling is simply not good enough. Over the last 5 years, we have seen a council tax rise of over 25%, and there's not many of us who have seen their wages rise in line with that figure. And to squeeze local residents even more is not fair, especially when that increase will not see any improvements to our basic services. This time next year, we'll be closer to moving into our posh new City Hall, which has been nicknamed by some Miller Towers. A vanity project if ever we did see one. Though according to the leader of the council, this won't have a direct cost to the council. However, if we look at the budget, we have a very direct extra bill included. A bill for the furniture for our new HQ. At a cost of over £3 million, it is a slap in the face to local people who are struggling through this pandemic. We are asking them to pay more council tax, not so that they can see improved services, but to pay for some nice furniture for Councillor Miller's plush new office. Mr. Mayor, we have a responsibility as councillors, not just to our older residents, but to our children, to ensure that they are not saddled with debt by a Labour council, just as we were saddled with debt by a Labour government. This council will have an external debt of over £418 million, thanks to this Labour group, taking generations to pay off. On my calculations, at an average borrowing rate of 2.91%, this will mean the city taxpayers are paying over £12 million to the banks on debt interest. Not a street clean, not a bin emptied, not a pothole filled. Instead, over £12 million going into the pockets of bankers. This figure is also based on the Bank of England base rate remaining at a historically low figure of 0.1%. Something that council officers say is unlikely to rise. However, this is not as assured as they would have us believe, and certainly should be a worry to us all. A rise in this rate may lead to a rise in repayment costs on any finance, making the bill to the taxpayer even larger. We acknowledge the need to invest in the city, and some borrowing will of course be needed for that, but I would urge this council to be more fiscally cautious. These interest rates should be very alarming and are liable to change as interest rates rise long term. We cannot expect future taxpayers, our children, to pay for the current financial excess of this council. On our further amendments to the budget, Mr. Mayor, in our amendments we have tried to be as positive and realistic as possible. We've maintained our tradition of cutting huge sums given to trade unions by this council, though we are not suggesting cutting it altogether. We acknowledge that some employees may need trade union support. However, the current rate of £150,000 is simply too high. Why do we spend £150,000 when councils of a similar size or bigger spend much less? York, £41,000, Newcastle, £34,000, Richmond, £35,000, Stockton, £23,000. As a council, we are simply not shaping up, and it is another example of this council failing to tighten its belt whilst expecting residents to pay. In our amendments, we have cut where we see fit, focusing on cutting councillors' allowances, or expenses, PR and international travel, whilst investing in the areas that people really want to see. Cleaner and safer green spaces with wardens introduced to take back control. Free pest control to tackle the menace of rats, means tested. More bins to keep our communities cleaner and help families to recycle easier. More trees and flowers to improve the area, all being delivered while avoiding the crippling council tax increase being proposed by the Labour group. Rather than saddling residents with more tax and more debt, focus on the basics and do what a council should be doing. One of the other key projects that we would like to fund is something very close to my heart. It would be a pilot of counselling services in secondary schools in the city. In the past, I've spoken about the serious issues we have with mental health problems in this country and in our city, and we believe that intervention at a young age is key. Children and young people are under more pressure than ever, with school, home life, and social media putting an ever bigger burden on young shoulders. The pandemic has made this even worse, with young people suffering more than any other age group and seeing suicide rates becoming the biggest killer of young people this year. The government are beginning to do their part in schools by working towards having more mental health support on site and working with teachers so that they can support their students more effectively and spot dangers. Some schools have already put counselling services in place, but this amendment would set up a pilot scheme in a secondary school in the city, which would fund additional support. This would offer an additional 6 hours of counselling support a week, helping some of our most vulnerable children. This one-year pilot would cost £15,000 and, if successful, could possibly be rolled out to other schools in the city in the future. I feel it's a very forward-thinking amendment, which could pave the way for real mental health improvement in our schools. Is it magically going to make everything better? No, but it's a step in the right direction, and it will actively help young people in our city, many who are struggling as we speak. Overall, I feel this is a very positive set of budget amendments at the end of an incredibly difficult year. These amendments can make things a little easier for local people, avoiding making them pay more when they are struggling more than ever, whilst focusing on the issues that matter most. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McDonough. Councillor Peterwood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, I support the amendment, and I wish to concentrate my remarks really on the port and indeed the capital budget. But I'm reminded that it was Benjamin Franklin who said some time ago in 1789, I have to admit, that there were only two things certain in life. One was death and the other was taxes. Had he been writing more than 200 years later, he'd have had to amend that a bit, I think, perhaps added a third certainty, Labour's obsession with raising taxes when it gets the opportunity. Every year in this council chamber, Labour goes for the maximum permissible increase in council tax that it's allowed, short of having to hold a referendum. And this year is no exception. Now, taxpayers, Mr. Mayor, probably don't object to the 3% social care levy. I think it is generally accepted that there is a need for more social care spending, especially with our experience of the pandemic. What rankles, though, is the further 2% hike, which is under direct council control. One of our proposals is to reduce the loss on the port during the coming year, the scheduled or forecast loss, by £100,000. As the port draft business plan makes clear for the plan for the next few years, the projected loss this coming financial year is £223,000. We are suggesting this be restricted to £123,000. In most years since the Port Board was formed, it has made a modest profit or surplus. The highest of those was in 2016-17, almost £700,000. The lowest profit, ironically this year, £17,000. The business plan suggests that the port will not be profitable again until 2023-24. We are seeking to accelerate that to bring profitability back a bit sooner. A profitable port, Mr. Mayor, is an asset to the city. The Lib Dems have been known to oppose capital investment at the port, but otherwise I hope that we all support its development and welcome its success. It's not going to rival the Port of Tyne or Teesport, but it has hopefully an important contribution to make to the economy of both the city and the region. Rather like the level of council reserves, the bottom line figure for the port's operations is a matter of judgment. We are forecasting the future. As acknowledged at the Port Board meeting, which discussed the budget, the council is being very cautious. We're suggesting overcautious in settling for a £223,000 deficit figure for the coming year. True, trading conditions are difficult, but there's nothing new in that. Last year at this time, Mr. Mayor, the council set a deficit figure of £250,000 for the year. a deficit of £250,000, but the outturn is expected to be a profit of £17,000. I don't think our proposal of reducing the loss by £100,000 is unrealistic at all. It's hardly taking a risky gamble, it seems to me, in the light of recent experience. More pages of our agenda papers today refer to the capital programme than they do the revenue budget. And perhaps that reflects the large, ambitious capital programme the Council is promoting, of the order of £250 million for the coming year, and indeed approaching that for the year after. And the Conservative group welcomes this investment in the city. Indeed, the Conservative government nationally is providing unprecedented support for those developments in the city. Perhaps it was appropriate that Rishi followed our example by having his budget today as well. The government's help has allowed the council to purchase the Vauxhall site, and that has ushered in the Riverside development. The Northern Spire is an outstanding landmark, a significant link in that stretch of motorway or dual carriageway, all the way from the airport, the A19, the A1 and Nissan, eventually through to the port. The SSTC developments, the Sunderland Strategic Transport Corridor, continue apace. There are the Vauxhall and Northern Spire Park housing plans, Culture House, the new library has been referred to already during the meeting. The museum and Winter Gardens refurbishments are listed there too. There's money for the city centre, and even, a little late perhaps, the railway station. The IAMP, the International Advanced Manufacturing Park, progresses with the prospect of 5,000 new jobs and associated further investment. And what is happening in our city is happening elsewhere in the northeast. With interest rates so low, now is the right time to level up. I'm happy to support the amendment, Mr. Mayor, and end with a plea to my Labour colleagues to help keep down council tax as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor McKeith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must firstly apologise because I can't seem to get my camera to work. So I'll just go on if that's all right.
Yeah, that's okay. Right.
So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd firstly like to mention our amendment does include park wardens. The fact that we've managed to include park wardens within our amendment, which I think Labour colleagues doubted, is a much needed addition to our parks and cemeteries across the city, and on which is popular in wards such as mine. And I think the residents of St Peter's and other wards would like the council to seriously consider this amendment, as this is just one of a number of items in our budget which would make a huge difference to our city. Moving on, in our capital budget amendment, we propose the following: creating a Washington Children's Activity Centre Development Fund of £2 million, which would be used to create a safe and fun environment for children across the city. I feel coming out of this lockdown and pandemic and looking towards the future, this would be a positive development for the city and for Washington residents itself. We have also proposed increase in spending on Barnes Junior School, which would add to the current proposal outlined in the budget, which would cover additional work to the school which they have requested for their playground. Under our proposals, we've also included the Together for Children Residential Home Development Fund. We see that current residential homes are rated very well under Ofsted, but we want to ensure that we have funding necessary to maintain the good work and give TFC the opportunity to open additional residential homes if necessary going forward. We are also proposing a glamping pod development site at Derwent Hill, subject to plan permission for £114,000, which would both create revenue and allow a wide range of families to access Derwent Hill, which is a true asset to the city. So just in concluding, Mr. Mayor, I urge all members to support this amendment, as we feel investing in our city, we are investing in future generations and ensuring children in Sunderland grow up in a city that invested in them rather than dwelling on the past. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McKeith. Councillor Hodgson.
Hello, Mayor of Sunderland. Thank you.
Hello.
I'll be brief. Some elements of this amendment, of course, seem strangely familiar to me, and I'm sure other members of the council. It's encouraging that the Conservatives have come on board with the arguments my group has been making for some years about expenses and allowances in particular. There's a sound of pennies dropping around the virtual council chamber. Whilst the Lib Dem group does disagree with a couple of elements of the Tory amendment, specifically regarding the FPIT and the air show, we broadly agree with reducing council tax, or reducing increases in council tax, I should say, reducing allowances for councillors, increasing funding for resident services, and I don't see anyone really complaining about increasing funding for schools. So on that basis, the Lib Dem group is willing to back the amendment. Thank you, Mayor Sunderland.
Thank you, Councillor Hodson. Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My apologies, Mr. Mayor. I don't seem to be able to get my camera to work either.
I think there's a few people got problems today, so if you would like to carry on, Councillor Oliver.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I can assure you I'm not speaking from Dubai. I'm just behind the camera. Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to speak briefly to commend the cleaner and greener aspect of the Conservative budget amendment this evening. There are several measures in it that would lead to one of the priorities of residents in the city, which is a cleaner city. Mr. Mayor, this came up a lot in the Let's Talk consultation, one of the biggest consultations the council has done with residents of the city. And in virtually every area of the city, one of the top priorities was more cleansing. And it is extremely important for the residents as a priority. It is also more immediate, more noticeable than perhaps the very grand plans the council have for carbon reduction and climate change. Commendable though they are, when we talk about the next year ahead, often what people say is, well, we need it to be cleaner. And we have a number of priorities in that regard. First of all, a more punitive environmental enforcement policy. Yes, there has been a big pickup, as Councillor Hodson has said, pennies are dropping. Well, maybe the penny has dropped for Sunderland City Council that we really need to fine people for dropping litter, for dog fouling, for littering, and for fly tipping, much more than we've done in the past. Yes, there have been more, but to be honest, there's probably been more publicity about them than actual fines. If you go to somewhere like Newcastle, there are streets ahead in terms of fining people for dropping litter, and it shows. We also continue our war on rodents with the excellent rat baiting bins, which will ensure that the rat problem of this city reduces. It's not something that we want to be known for across the country, and it is of most inconvenience for people. Larger litter bins for families too is again a very, very good idea. In many places, there are larger bins going in, funded from ward budgets and from the whole council budgets, just to make it easier for people, because we want to make it easier for residents to keep their city cleaner and only punish those who really don't respect the place that we live in. As Councillor McKeith has mentioned, we will also be supporting wardens in parks and cemeteries. Again, we're very, very fortunate in this city to have many green spaces, many more really than in other cities in the rest of the country. And our parks and cemeteries deserve the attention that they would get from wardens on a daily basis. Finally, we're also promoting the planting of wildflower meadows and tree-lined avenues, not just, of course, Queen Alexandra Road in St. Michael's Ward, but throughout the city, restoring those Victorian avenues with beautiful tree-lined aspects to them. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few words from me to commend an excellent focus on the environment from the Conservative amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Oliver. Deputy Leader.
Thank you there, Mr. Mayor. I think to put these Tory amendments into context, we have today proposed a capital and revenue budget that has been structured to ensure residents' priorities are at the very core of our proposals. And I think that's going to be the theme of my response. Indeed, we heard earlier that the people of Sunderland want more support from this council on climate change, more on tackling poverty, more on improving our environment, and more on affordable social housing. And for many of them, the Conservatives have been quite silent this afternoon. What we have with their amendments is the usual rubbish, dare I say it, regarding reduced council allowances. And it's somewhat surprising, Mr. Mayor, considering that last year the Tories have voted against a cut of £140,000 in allowances proposed by the Labour group and agreed by council. It seems that there are 4 allowances being reduced one year and against the next. Then there is the proposed reduction in council tax, Mr. Mayor. I think, again, if we could remind the Tory group again, as clearly they didn't hear me earlier, the government expect us to raise council tax to the level we are proposing. And it really is a bit surreal that we find ourselves in a position where the council is following the instruction from the Tory government, but the local Tories are telling us to stick a few fingers up at the Prime Minister, which I think is totally wrong, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, if it was not for the 3% Tory tax on social care, we would just be proposing a rise of 1.99%. And again, I would ask them to join us in condemning the government for offloading the costs of social care onto local taxpayers. The Prime Minister's local council of Hillington set an example of 4.8% in the last few days. An increase that I would suggest our 4.99% is broadly in line with, and is also broadly in line with the position nationally. Apologies, Mr. Mayor, but after listening to some of the comments from the Tories, you might come to the conclusion that we were a high tax council. Once again, the facts get into the way of a good news story. Sunderland continues to be a low tax city, the lowest in the northeast. And if the Tories are not happy and they do not want to live here anymore, can I remind them of some of the alternatives? If they want to move to South Tyneside, they'll pay an extra £149.94 in council tax. If they want to move to North Tyneside, it'll cost them an extra £168.54 in council tax. Newcastle, an extra £249.37. Gateshead, an extra £371.48, and if they like the wilds of Northumberland, it'll cost them an extra £280.31, Mr. Mayor. Looking at their other proposals, I was asking myself how these fit into the wishes of residents, because residents clearly want the council to take, and it came out through the Let's Talk, combating climate change is one of their key priorities. Yet we have with these amendments our proposals, first of all, to reduce the core funding for combating climate change, and this will impact on our carefully developed strategy to become a carbon neutral city by 2030, 20 years ahead of the government. Our carbon reduction plan, which I naively thought until today had cross-party support, is now at risk if these amendments are agreed. The disappointing thing is the diverting of this funding to wildflower planting, something that I think we all, I hope, look forward to seeing more of. The money, however, is not really needed this financial year. If they bother to pick up the phone and talk to officers, they will be quickly aware that this year we are already looking at some pilot programmes for wildflower planting, especially in Sunderland North. We need to know what will work and what will not work before we have any full citywide programme. Mr. Mayor, residents want the council to provide a real voice to communities again, comes out of the Let's Talk. But when it comes to the Tories, Let's Talking is something they don't want to do, especially with residents. This council has great ambitions to work with local communities to ensure they have a real say in the services and support provided. To begin this, we undertook the most ambitious consultation ever undertaken by this council, consulting over half of the residents to help formulate neighbourhood plans for our communities. But the Tories today have shown their true colours, shown their arrogance, indeed their contempt for residents of this city by diverting funds from the Neighbourhood Fund set aside for residents' priorities to fund pet projects determined by the personal whims of a few right-wing Tory councillors. Sadly, this theme of removing the voice of local communities to influence decision making goes much deeper and manifests itself in the proposal to slash the council's communication budget. As I mentioned, the Labour Group's ambition is for the Let's Talk initiative not to be the exception, but to be the new minimum standard, to look further at how we can ensure more consultation with residents can take place, not less, and for it to be more frequent so they can take real control of their communities. While that is the ambition of Labour in this city, what we are beginning to see from the Tories through these amendments is do what you're told and you will get what you're given attitude that truly lies behind the attacks on the voice of residents. Mr. Mayor, residents in this council want to work towards ending poverty pay within this city. Labour in this city took the bold step to become the first accredited real living wage council in the North East, with the vision to work with partners in the business community as the first step to becoming a real living wage city. So what vision do we get from the Tories about employee welfare and about employee terms and conditions? Well, no real surprise here, Mr. Mayor, I'm afraid, as we have the annual right-wing ideological attack on our trade union colleagues' ability to support our staff at times of need, whether that be through restructures within the council or indeed through member welfare support. The Tories, through this amendment, remind us that they do not want staff to feel they have a supportive friend, and by such action are quite comfortable for them to suffer in isolation, and they should be absolutely ashamed of themselves. With nearly 30 years myself working in the field of human resources, the positive work undertaken by trade unions is worth every single penny provided through that facility time. No doubt, Mr. Mayor, we'll have the same next year and the year after, but it does get a little tiring, though, each year to listen to the same old discredited arguments. Mr. Mayor, our residents want us to keep our local communities clean. And I just again remind you, Mr. Mayor, last year in the budget, the Labour Group reduced the cost of bulky waste disposal to just £10, a proposal that the Tories voted against last year, and we should be mindful of that. And it was one of a number of proposals they did indeed vote against with regards to environment. This year, we are proposing to slash the cost of pest control for families who most need it, and also provide an additional £500,000 to environmental core service budget. The Tory key big idea today is to provide 5 new park wardens. Indeed, if you look back, this was a priority amendment for them back in 2019. And then, and I've just checked, so Councillor Mullen's wrong, it did not make the grade in 2020. They were silent. But then again, this year it has been resurrected. I truly think they need to make their mind up what they want. But I think, hold on, Mr. Mayor. I mean, what we need to remind ourselves is that we're here to represent residents. And I think, did we not agree at the last council meeting to consult them on this issue and other options for tackling antisocial behaviour? Should we be not awaiting what the residents' priorities are? I believe in democracy and I believe in serving the people I represent, and I would quite clearly want to hear what their voice is. Perhaps we should also remind the residents of the city of the increase in environmental officers in this city, the additional 12 officers appointed in 2018 that the Conservatives voted against, and the 6 officers appointed last year that the Conservatives voted against. Finally, Mr. Mayor, in conclusion, I think we need to look at these amendments and just remind ourselves is they're pet projects by individual Tory councillors, and it's a slap in the face for the residents of this city, and it's a reminder that they're saying you will do what you're told and you will get what you're get what you're given. And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, we need to reject these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Councillor Linda Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, right. I'll just go through and pick up some points from the portfolio that lies with me. So first of all, you're suggesting we cancel the air show and the Festival of Light. Right, we could cancel the air show, and that may well happen because we still don't know where we're going to be in July. But to cancel it just costs you fancy. You need a little bit of background around that. If we were to play around with the organisers of the air show, we could end up losing that. We are reviewing events anyway because it's a good opportunity with this, but we will make a decision that's best. I do know, and obviously talking to people, that the air show is a very positive experience, and the vast majority of people, and that's borne out by the numbers who go down there and enjoy it. We will look at it. We won't be pushed into making a cancellation. If we do, and you know, potentially will need to because of the area it is. But remember, this is a high profile, prestigious event that we have because we as a Labour group are working on pulling these things in. The Festival of Light, again, we're looking towards the end of the year. We could well be able to run that, and dependent where it is, we could reduce the numbers on entry in there, so that would still be able to work forward. I would happily want that one to go ahead. Our children have had a rough year. They didn't get much of Christmas last year, so you want to say let's not run it this year. That's a bit like Scrooge to me. The Neighbourhood Fund. I'm not sure you know what the Neighbourhood Fund is, because you're talking about wanting to put things back into neighbourhoods, but then you want to reduce the Neighbourhood Fund that we already run as a city council. And that is about area committees looking to invest within their areas. It's that grassroots investment that comes up, as we all see, via the Let's Talk programme. Let's get on to the FPIT. I'm not sure some of you Conservatives actually know where Washington is. For Washington FPIT, this is part of our heritage, and as Councillor Lawson's already mentioned, you obviously have a thing about miners. Just a little bit about it. It was originally sunk in 1777. It was abandoned in 1796 after an explosion. It reopened in 1820, and then the NCB took it over as the whole of the pit, the whole of the areas with pits in. The NCB took over in 1947. It was finally closed in 1968 because it didn't really fit in with the NCB's wider plans that they had. The NCB then presented the winding house and the headgear to the people of Washington as a monument to the important mining industry in our town. So it's absolutely vital that we support this. It isn't just going to be about mining. We're going to have a visitor centre that will have the opportunity to show some of the artefacts that we have. We'll have a thriving Washington History Group who are keen to get involved with that. And I would say we have heritage in Washington, we have heritage in Houghton and Hetton as well. I have been helping Councillor Blackett out with an issue among Bishop Wearmouth Chapel. So asking you to support us to get that fairness across the city. And I think the Roker pods, you actually just don't like them. I don't know what your issue is. Unfortunately, the public do. And they'll be staying. Right, I just need to pick up a little bit on what Councillor McDonagh said about £15,000 to put into mental health work in schools. The school that I'm chair of governors of, we already do a lot of mental health work. You could come and look at what we do instead of setting up yet another pilot. We also have the Couth app, which children use and I understand is very successful. That was developed from Washington Area Committee through Washington Mind. And Washington Mind do run some amazing sessions for our young people and will sell their services out to schools. We already do things like that. We don't need yet another pilot to sort of prove it works. Absolutely, mental health is going to be a major issue going forward for, I think, many of us, not just young people. We need to build resilience in all of us to move forward. £15,000 isn't going to go anywhere near. I would say this budget is just electioneering, nothing else. It's brought forward by a group of Jacob Rees-Moggs. Really disappointed in that. You're calling the leader a liar. I took back my comments, Councillor Mullen. Sorry, I've forgotten the name. I took back my comments when you challenged me about saying the advice you had received. In my own mind, I'm pretty sure you knew what this was going to be, but I was being polite and giving you the benefit of the doubt. I would have appreciated you showing the leader the same courtesy. It's also a bit ingenuous that you thank staff for all the work you've done, then you stick the boot in by expecting them to do more with less resources because of the reductions that you're proposing. You talk about being financially prudent. So why don't you just say to John Ritchie's team, actually you're pretty useless because they are the team who advised us as a cabinet to bring forward the proposals that we did. And those have been costed and those have been worked through. You can't pick and choose which bits you like. It's just not on. I would ask colleagues to vote against this. It isn't visionary. It doesn't show any growth. And actually, that is what we need as a city. And personally, I'm pretty naffed off that you wanting to take out the FPIT. It's just that sole city centre and that's it. Look a bit further than that, please. Colleagues, I urge you to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Farthing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've already stressed my utter contempt for the type of politics being displayed tonight by the opposition. They must be thinking how clever they are to pick on schools to which cabinet members have had a connection for their capital largesse. Such good sound bites for their campaign for the May elections. They have stressed the need not to borrow, yet their government has historic borrowing. It was mentioned today in the budget speech. Billions given to contracts to their cronies, the cronies of Tory MPs, much of it turning out to be for substandard product. This is the Tory party of double standards. What is more concerning is the lack of consultation in their proposals. At our last council meeting, we moved that we should consult with the public on the proposal to have park and cemetery wardens via Let's Talk. Yet both the Tories and Liberals voted against this proposal. Such contempt for the residents of Sunderland. And from what I can glean, there's been very little consultation, if any, into any of their proposals concerning schools and many of the other types of event. Removing part of the devolved budget from the area neighbourhood funds so they can direct funds to by Tory HQ, where the funding is spent. Have they not learnt from the experience of Scottish and Welsh politics that levelling up means making decisions locally by local consultation? Our residents are not so gullible that and the Tories need to be aware of the backlash. They have deleted from the capital programme things that are there from the FPIT proposal. It's in the area of highest deprivation in Washington and one of the higher areas of deprivation across the city. The FPIT proposal was widely welcomed across Washington, an area that is steeped in mining history. Members opposite might need to learn that most primary schools in Washington are built on former pit sites. The local culture isn't steeped is steeped in that connection and should not be trashed by those whose former leader, the infamous Maggie, who not only snatched the milk from hungry school children, was determined to break the spirit of mining communities. The attack on uni facility time is misguided. I joined Unison because I was so impressed by the ability and skill of the Unison reps who sat on the Tyne and Wear Pension Fund Committee. Their knowledge was built up from liaison with other reps from across the country, and so their input was on holding fund managers to account was well-founded and extremely supportive to elective members. So we get from the Tories lots of suggestions with no apparent consultation, such as £200,000 for a car project, which I understand is in Councillor Mullins' backyard. £2 million for an activity fund for Washington, which apparently is going to be a playground. More funding for TFC, again with no consultation. I mean, I met with the board of TFC last week. They didn't ask about additional capital funding. I've consulted with both the Director of Finance and the Chief Executive TFC, and both have said that they have sufficient capital funding for their needs for the current time. There is a capacity issue in all organisations. What the board of TFC did ask me was what was my vision, and my vision for recovery was to have enrichment for the children of our city, the opportunities to explore their culture. A full and vibrant city programme is essential for that. And most children across Sunderland are extremely interested in our carbon neutral ambitions. They're the ones that are going to take it forward. It's their future. So to actually cut money from the carbon programme seems again to go against those who it's designed to help. Similarly, with the cancelling of the potential air show of this year and the Festival of Light. For many children in Sunderland, those events are highlights of their year. They don't have funds to go on fancy holidays or different places. So what we supply as a council for their entertainment is probably the most of what they ever get. I also note that the opposition wishes to support Derwent Hill Outdoor Centre, and I hope that when we come forward with a more ambitious programme for Derwent Hill, that they will stick to their guns and support it, and not be like the Tory minister, Mr Jenrick, who promised to pay whatever it cost and then reneged on his promise to local government. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Farthing. Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. These Tory amendments go nowhere near the black hole and years of successive cuts this council have endured. The fact that care costs are being passported by this government to our residents is simply shameful, and it's a damning indictment of this Tory government and their sheer contempt for residents as they age through their lives. In my opinion, Councillor McDonagh needs to be writing to the Prime Minister about a fair funding review for councils, about demanding an end to austerity, asking him to feed our children in the summer holidays and support those that the government allow to always fall through the net. And that's something that COVID has highlighted time and time again. In my opinion, these amendments aren't a work of fairness, they're a work of fiction. We've seen claims from schools tonight for money, which, to be polite, are dubious at best. Whilst all of us would welcome money into our wards and into our city, I question the car park in Plains Farm, an independent school run by a company with healthy balances, which is situated adjacent to Councillor Mullins' street, and where the Tory candidate for Barnes worked. He worked for the company that this is proposed for. Now, call me cynical, but it sounds a bit like Councillor Mullen has been taking notes on cronyism from Matt Hancock. I will reiterate, though, one point. No one becomes a councillor to make decisions like raising council tax. I certainly didn't. I didn't become a councillor, you know, to want to do this. But the government's smoke and mirror politics, the government's constant use of old money and changing the goalposts means the residents yet again foot the bill. So forget the political stunts, forget pitting schools against their governors. This is cheap opposition politics. It's cheap criticism, it's cheap shots, it's cheap shade, and it's sniping from the sidelines. And ultimately, this amendment is nothing more than soundbite electioneering politics. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Neil McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sitting here having a bit of a chuckle at Councillor Atkinson's previous comments about the Tories and their, how can we put it, cutting things to suit themselves and suit their own ends. It certainly brings into mind somebody like Matt Hancock. Maybe they should have some lessons in transparency, shall we say, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I also think that Councillor McDonagh probably needs to get some batteries for his calculator and possibly need to spend some of the £30,000 that he wants to spend on each of these schools to invest in some lessons in reading and arithmetic for himself. Clearly, he doesn't talk to Councillor Wood, who incidentally sits on the audit committee of this council, and we get a clean bill of health. The figures that Councillor McDonagh is banding around bear no semblance to those figures that's been shown to us at the audit committee. Strange that, I wonder why. Anyway, back on my main point, Mr. Mayor. I've already said I'm dismayed about the most recent incarnation of Tory leadership in the city and their alleged new ways of doing politics. I suppose it's the same old Tory leopards, same old spots. It is perversely reassuring, however, in these strange times we find ourselves in, is that one immutable constant remains. That is, the Tories continue their race to the bottom at the expense of hard-working people, including the public, council employees, and yes, councillors alike. Councillor Mullen shows his true Thatcherite credentials with his other councillor, Councillor Doyle, by kicking workers in the teeth, thanking them for their covert work indeed, and yet then wanting to give their old favourite a bashing, namely scrapping the facility time for trade union activists. These are the people doing the work to protect other working people from the very policies that the fibber-in-chief in number 10 and his inept predecessors have been hammering public sector workers for more than 10 years. So what about some of the other things that they were talking about? Fascinated to see about what they called a Washington Children's Activity Fund. Now, hang on a minute. We used to have something about children's activities and children's welfare years ago. Didn't we used to call that Sure Start? I'm sure we did. And who scrapped that? All of that expenditure that we put into the welfare of children, gone at the stroke of a pen. Any complaints from the Tories? Not a whisper. I'm glad to see they've had a road to Damascus moment and are now supporting the work of Councillors Williams, Farthing, the Council, and Together for Children, the work that they've been doing in the face of crippling Tory austerity for the past 10 years. Mr. Mayor, on a personal note, I'm very lucky in that I neither need nor desire a position that attracts an SRA. I'm at a point in my professional career that I'm fortunate enough that I can alter my work commitments most of the time to meet the majority of my council commitments without affecting my earnings potential. Cutting the SRAs for senior members of the council and senior committee members, many of whom have given up careers, earnings, and time to serve their city, is a particular low blow by the Tories. I know of at least two of my colleagues, at least one of them speaking here tonight, that have had to take or do take unpaid leave from their employers to serve the people of this city. These Tory proposals are regressive and effectively seek to restrict public service to those opposite that care, that are retired rather, or have substantial personal posh boy family means. They seem to know the price of everything and the value of nothing. Them and all the blue kip Dem colleagues. So just to close, Mr. Mayor, I oppose this amendment and I appeal to my colleagues to do likewise.
Thank you, Councillor Neil McKnight. Leader, you have the right to reply on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And there's quite a lot to reply to, so I hope you bear with me. I know it's been a long evening, but there are several things that I have to answer to regarding the Conservative proposed amendments. First of all, back in 2018, this Labour group, through Cabinet, decided that we would engage with our residents, we would work for them and with them, and stop doing things to them. It was causing the council problems. It's something clearly that the Conservative group do not understand, because they obviously want to go back to doing things to people because they clearly know best. Let's Talk was the mechanism that came out of that decision 3 years ago, and it has been hugely successful in engaging with residents of the city across the city. And the last time we used it, we engaged with over half the residents of the city, which is a phenomenal response. But it also gave us the feedback from our business community, from our key anchor institutions, from the trade unions, who are really important partners to us. And they were giving us broad support for what we were proposing regarding our revenue ideas going forward and our capital ideas going forward. So the Labour group is listening to the city. We're delivering what they want us to deliver. And where we can, when they come up with something that isn't quite in tune with what we think we need to be doing, we have amended and changed that process to ensure that we take residents' views and the business community's views on board. So the city has engaged with us for 3 years. Certainly in the last 3 months, we've continued to get that feedback. As Councillor Stewart said at the start of this cabinet meeting tonight, full council meeting tonight, my apologies. At the end of the day, it's not as if these proposals from the Labour group are new, are just being thrown to the opposition with a couple of days' notice. We have been bringing these proposals forward for the thick end of 3 months. And we get a notification of issues that they wish through amendments on Monday, not even 2 days ago. On Monday, we finally get a notification from the Conservatives about what they would like to change and what the Liberal Democrats would like to change. This is the Coordinating Scrutiny Committee papers from the 11th of February, Mr. Mayor. Councillors Mullen and Doyle sit on that committee and were in attendance at that committee. That committee referenced and debated the budget and service reports, Capital Programme 2021-22 to 24-25 and Treasury Management Policy and Strategy, and the revenue budget and proposed council tax for 21-22 and our medium-term financial plan out to 24-25. Councillors Mullen and Doyle said nothing. They didn't raise a single question. They just sat there and accepted it. And I have to say that I have tried to work with the majority party in opposition. I was very pleased when Councillor Mullen said last year that he would be introducing a new type of politics into this chamber so that we were working in a more collegiate manner. So you can imagine my disappointment with him personally with what he said earlier about with me, and I will be taking that up with the city solicitors further tomorrow morning. But no feedback, no comment, and the Liberal Democrats sit on that committee as well, and they're going to get the same criticism shown to them. So they've had our thinking.
Please, Mr. Mayor, before Councillor Miller tries to smear me, I actually was at work, and I sent my apologies in for that meeting. So
right. I don't think Councillor Miller's smeared anybody at the moment.
Well, he mentioned the Liberal Democrat.
To make it clear, Mr. Mayor, I fully accept Councillor O'Brien's commitment that he wasn't in the meeting, and I'll just say that he should have been.
Right. Okay. Done later.
Well, your personal explanation, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry,
Councillor. No. I think it's important.
I don't think it is. I think we've explained that, and I'm going to get the leader to carry on.
Well,
you're about interrupting the meeting, and you've done that twice straight away. So, leader, will you carry on?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So, we've had no engagement from the opposition, and these proposals have been sat in document form as draft documents being built on and worked on for 3 months or more by the officers that in John Ritchie's section and others who've been preparing them to ensure that we have a balanced budget and that our finances are solid going into 21-22. So I would just like to make a few comments on a couple of councillors who said things, and I'll start with Councillor McDonough, who genuinely needs to think about a career on the stage because he'd make a great pantomime villain, right? Councillor McDonough, that Sunderland was ignored today by your government. What we got today was another fine example of levelling down by an uncaring, austerity-driven Conservative Party who steal your votes and then give you nothing back. And I would say to people who let the Tory party borrow their vote in 2019, you better count your fingers, because voting for the Tories in Sunderland gets you nothing, right? Now, the reason Darlington got part of the Treasury was because they've got a Tory MP. The reason Tees Valley got the Freeport was because they've got a Tory mayor who's up for election and desperate to get re-elected. Now that is the truth of the matter, Councillor McDonough, and for you to be using that as a smokescreen to hide from the damage that your party does to the city on a daily basis, I find quite disheartening. I would like to gently point out to Councillor Wood, because we both sit on the Port Authority, that yes, it is very easy to basically decide that a potential loss may not be as big as we think it will be. And if we're right, that's all well and good. But if we're wrong, we have to find an extra £100,000, Councillor Wood. And we've always been very prudent in working with the port, because the port lives on spot trade. And for people who don't understand what I'm saying, it's ships just coming in to either unload or to pick up a load because they cannot get it anywhere else. And the port, under the port director, has been really good at generating that income for us, but it is not guaranteed. So it is, I would be very nervous to move away from our prudential, very considered view of the fact that the port is going to have a couple of tough years, given that Brexit and the moving away from Europe has not been as easy as it has seemed, Councillor Wood. So I don't think that was a sensible amendment. Councillor McKeith, the Washington Children's Action Fund thing. Just what is it? Where is it going to be? Who's going to use it? Who have you asked about this? Where's the consultation? Where's the feedback? The answer is none of it. You're just making this £2 million figure up out of thin air to make a political point. The bottom line is that Let's Talk identified that people in Washington wanted us to enhance what we had at the F-Pit and Albany Park, and that this capital spend would give Washington a really good new location that was also a cafe, shop, leisure facilities, and a museum and heritage. Now, that's what Washington people have said they wanted. We've got the evidence on that from consultation. right? This explains why there are exactly 0 Tories in Washington, because you don't know what you're talking about and you take folk for granted. And as per usual with the Conservative Party, you just think you know best. Well, you don't. And I'm glad for Councillor Williams' supportive words on that. Councillor Oliver, this is the last chance I'll have to have a go at you, Robert, and I am going to miss you. And we've been councillors for pretty much the similar length of time, so I wish you well outside of this chamber. And I'm pleased you talked in your last council. Oh no, there'll be the 24th of March. My apologies, I'll come back to that. But Robert, if we only had £315 million more, oh yeah, that's the number that we've had cut out of our budget since 2010 by your government. And if we only had 2,000 staff more, oh yeah, that's roughly the number of staff we've lost since 2010.
Leader, you've had your 10 minutes.
Hopefully somebody will offer me an extension.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I feel the love. Right, thank you for that, Mr. Mayor.
I've asked for a vote.
More could indeed be done, but this council's had done a remarkable job of continuing to deliver what residents need.
Leader, can I just stop? I just want to point to clarification. Was the extension agreed?
I asked for a vote, Mr. Mayor.
You don't vote on a move to extend tight speaking, Councillor O'Brien.
Actually, we did. We moved to do that to Councillor Mann. Council meeting. So
No.
you're going to have to
Can you
consider.
just give us a second? Councillor O'Brien, will you stop talking, please, for a moment? I'm going to get clarification. Right, the advice is you move the motion. It's got to be seconded and then it's got to be agreed.
Seconded by me, Niall Hodson, Mayor of Sunderland.
Mr. Mayor, I seconded the leader's extension long before that point was made.
I think we all did, Diane.
Yes.
I asked for a vote whilst everyone was talking over each other.
We all agreed.
That was a general
We
chorus of
haven't all
agreement.
agreed.
Bear with us, because this is getting out of hand. Right? I'll get the clarification and then I'll come back to you.
You can't let him keep talking. Yes, Sam, you'll be going in a minute. I just want to enjoy the sideshow for a bit more. Get my peanut galleries with. You do realise this.
Okay, I think we've reached the point. I think this has gone really too far. The leader, well, I think was more or less just.
I've got about a minute to go, Mr. Mayor.
And I'm going to ask you, Councillor O'Brien, do you really want to stick another half an hour on this?
I want to vote.
Are you happy to let leader? Sorry?
I would like a vote. I would like a vote.
Okay. And right, can we have a vote arranged, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if the officer could confirm when the vote on the question of whether to agree an extension of time for the leader is open. If the officer could confirm when that vote is open, please.
Mr. Mayor, vote 7's open now.
Would you not say anything? No.
No.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if members could stop voting electronically now, and if the officer could give the initial figures, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 32 votes for, 15 votes against, and 2 abstentions.
Oh, it's the same number.
Okay, thank you. Can we go through the verbal vote if people haven't been able to vote?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So Councillor Davison.
For the extension.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
For.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
For the extension.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
This crackle is like, oh, it's lovely on my stomach.
Councillor Elizabeth Gibson, could I have your vote, please?
For, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Harry Truman.
For, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Francis.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
For, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Elaine. I have voted, but I just want to express my dismay at this waste of time. So I hope the lady gets his extension. Thank you very much. The people deserve better.
Thank you, Councillor McLennan.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, I thought, have I not taken your vote? Apologies, Councillor Taylor.
Yes, you have, Elaine.
Oh,
And it was
okay.
for.
That's fine. Thank you. Councillor Ledbetter, have you been able to vote?
No, I haven't. Against.
Thank you. And Councillor Scanlon?
Elaine, I have been able to vote electronically for the extension. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Mayor, it appears that all members have now been able to vote, and then so if the officers could give the updated figures, please.
Oh, sorry, not.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 40 votes for, 20 votes against, and 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you very much. Leader, would you like to carry on now that you have the extension?
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Genuinely, I'm absolutely staggered at having to use up so much time for this. And I'll start off by mentioning Councillor Doyle and referencing you, Mr. Mayor, if I mind. Apparently, it's okay to slash your allowances, but don't worry, we've got your back, Mr. Mayor. It'll just not have any clothes on it if Councillor Doyle has his way. I knew that would get a laugh, Mr. Mayor. Sorry. Right, to business. The Tories voted against consulting residents at last council. They continually vote against. The Tories voted against our cutting SRAs. And all of a sudden, they're trying to basically steal the Liberal Democrats' clothes by pushing forward a raft of changes to the SRA system, which has clearly shown through the independent remuneration panel that it works, and that councillors who do get special responsibility allowances are doing the work necessary to keep the council committees running and to keep cabinet running. I will say that nothing proves that cabinet deputies have their worth than the sad situation where Councillor Checker has had to step in and replace Councillor Dr. Walker. And prior to that, Councillor Atkinson as a cabinet deputy replacing former Councillor Stuart Porthouse. And then you look at the work that this Labour group through cabinet is getting done to drive this city forward and show that even in a pandemic, and Sunderland is being noticed nationally and internationally because we are getting things done. We are building, we are regenerating, we are getting investment, and we're giving people what they've said they want. So I will not take any lectures from Conservative opposition councillors on how we are doing that. Councillor McDonough made no reference within their proposals to how they were going to pay any debt off. So he doesn't even know his own set of amendments to our sensible financial position, which, as the Audit Committee points out, we are a well-run, financially astute council with strong reserves. And it's because this Labour group, working with officers, continually keeps the focus on making sure that we spend within our means and that we deliver what we need. So, area committees. It'll be the final thing I say, Mr. Mayor. To cut the neighbourhood fund is insane. We agreed that we would give more support, more financial allowance to local councillors through area committees to deliver what, as ward councillors, what as local leaders, residents were asking them to do. That's this Labour group. We want to deliver what people ask us for. And for the Conservatives to decide that we'll just cut that resource because we know best is once again wrong. It's all a smokescreen. All of this is a smokescreen to hide from the fact that our adult social care uplift of 3% was forced on us by Rishi Sunak, Boris Johnson and the Conservative Party. All councils were told they had to take the 3% for adult social care as a precept, or else don't come crying to us if you don't have enough money, because we will not give you any, because we've given you the opportunity. And I will not be lectured about lying by any Tory politician when they are acting as the smokescreen for lying Robert Jenrick and his promise to councils to whatever it takes, we will pay you. And this city council sitting with an 8.6 million black hole in our receipts for dealing with the costs of a COVID crisis that was not this council's fault, was not brought on by the people. It was a global pandemic, but the government promised to give us the money, and they have not. And I'll leave it there, Mr. Mayor. We will be voting against this Conservative amendment.
Okay, thank you, Leader.
Point of personal explanation, Mr. Mayor. It's Councillor Doyle.
Yes, Councillor Doyle.
It's very brief, Mr. Mayor. Just to correct the record, Councillor Miller referred to the scrutiny coordinating meeting on the 11th of February. I submitted my apologies to that meeting because a family member was unwell.
Okay, thanks.
Did you have the papers, Councillor Doyle? Yes, you had the papers. You did nothing. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Right, can we just now move on to the amendment for the vote for the amendment, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if the officer can confirm when the vote on the amendment is open, please.
Mr. Mayor, 48's open.
Leader, will you just turn your camera off for a moment, please?
Yeah, get your face off there.
Thanks, Councillor Howe. I love you too.
Same, no bother.
Mayor, Sunderland, it's Niall Hodson. I wonder if I could just raise a quick point of order while we're voting. Just under 13:12, as we're approaching 8 p.m. and we've been on for 4 hours, do you think a comfort break, particularly for officers I have in mind, might be justified after we've done this vote?
Councillor Hodson, I was going to, after we've done the vote, I was going to ask for a 5-minute comfort break, not only for the staff, but the IT people need to upload something, I believe. So if we can have a brief, if I can get somebody to move and second to brief.
You can take it from me. I'd be happy to move or second that. I think that's a good idea. Thanks, Mr. Liz.
Right. Right, we'll have the vote and then we'll have a break.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if members could stop voting electronically now and the officer could give the initial figures, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 16 votes for, 33 votes against and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. Could we now have the verbal votes?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So Councillor Davison.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Harry Truman.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Bob Francis.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Ledbetter, have you been able to vote?
No. For. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members who haven't been able to vote?
Councillor Howe.
Councillor Howe.
For.
Thank you. Are there any other members? Mr. Mayor, that appears to be all of the votes taken now, and
Yeah.
so if we could have the updated figures, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 21 votes for, 39 votes against and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, the amendment is defeated.
Okay, as everyone has heard, before we move on to the second amendment, we'll have a 5-minute break. Can you switch the live Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to Amendment 2, the Liberal Democrat Revenue and Capital. Councillor Hodson, will you please move the amendment to the Revenue and Capital budget by reading it out, please?
Thank you, Mayor Sunderland. Just to clarify there, obviously there's the amendment to the revenue budget, the capital budget. Would you like me to read them out both and then speak to both of them, and then we'll vote on both of them together?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, so our revenue amendment is on the screen in front of everybody. We're proposing the following additional savings proposals. The reduction of support costs for area committees linked to the reduction in number of area committees from 5 to 3, coterminous with parliamentary constituency boundaries. The next item is the saving that gives in chairs and vice chairs, which also means a reduction in the number of new neighbourhood boards. The next item is a review and reduction of basic and special responsibility allowances, removing those of the deputy cabinet members, the vice chair of scrutiny coordinating committee, a reduction in SRAs of all other roles by 15%, and a reduction in the basic allowance of 5%. Again, we're proposing that the roles of mayor and deputy mayor be replaced by elected chairpersons and deputy chairpersons, unpaid, so without allowances for that. Reducing councillors' expenses, food and drink provision, subsistence allowance, and broadband and home phone allowances. Reducing the corporate communications budget by 25% and removing the budget next year for carbon reduction, giving total additional savings of £1.6 million. And we're proposing the following priority investments: reducing the council tax rise to 3.99%, increasing funding for disabled education support, introducing a single free bulky item collection service for those in receipt of council tax support, a discretionary fund to allow for increasing lighting levels or installation of additional lighting for partially sighted residents as part of the health and social care budget, funding to reinstate the number 18 Royal Sunderland bus service, that's a part year impact, introduction of a single free annual visitor parking permit in parking permit zone areas for carless households, reversing the last 2 years' brown bin charge increases, introducing a scheme to allow auto renewal of brown bin service and parking permits, reinstating voluntary community sector support of £65,000, and as part of the environmental services staffing review, ensuring that funding is allocated for 5 additional dog wardens from the existing budget, and an increased budget for community arts participation for the Museum and Winter Gardens. So that's the revenue budget. And the capital budget amendment is as follows: reallocating £10 million from CP0495, the Strategic Acquisitions and Developments budget, and reinvesting that or reallocating that in putting together a working group to develop a 5-year leisure investment strategy for Sunderland in light of COVID-19, with a budget to make improvements to public leisure space. A number of options are included and funded, such as establishing an annual fund for maintenance and improvement of smaller suburban parks. That's not the city parks, but smaller parks outside of Barnes, Mowbray, etc. Enhancing the existing cycleway investment scheme, including breaking ground on a keynote route linking the Riverside development with a Hilton Road cycleway to Pennywell. Establishing a programme of dog parks at sites in North Sunderland, South Sunderland, Houghton and Washington. Acquiring and or developing a city centre skate park, and investigating further skate park facilities around the City Council area, a feasibility study for the acquisition and or development of a motocross track in the City Council area, and ensuring that this strategic working group has a budget that enables it to act immediately. Those are the 2 amendments, Mayor Sunderland, and I move them.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hodson. Councillor Haswell, do you wish to second the motion?
I second the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Hodson, would you like to speak on the amendment, please?
Certainly, thank you, Mayor Sunderland. I'll run through my thoughts on the revenue budget and then the capital budget. Firstly, though, can I join the Leader of the Council in giving thanks on behalf of the Liberal Democrat group to the officers who've kept services running for residents throughout the pandemic. It's really impressive that a number of regular services and big projects have continued to run so seamlessly. I'd also like to thank John Ritchie, Paul Wilson and Paul Dixon for talking through the budget with my group over the past couple of months and helping us prepare our budget amendment again this year. And I'd also like to join others in offering my sincere condolences and those of my group to the colleagues, family and friends of Geoffrey Wall. My group has a nice annual stock take ahead of the budget every year, where we look at which Lib Dem proposals from previous years have since been made council policy, so we can remove them from our budget. I was pleased, for example, that this year the council has listened to Lib Dem requests to make pest control more easily available to households on low incomes, though it could go far further, of course. And of course, there's also been some reduction in council allowances, which is good, but once again, doesn't really go far enough as we have requested in previous years. Cabinet members have, shamefully, protected their own special responsibility allowances whilst cutting others. Presumably, some councillors are more equal than others. Councillors as a group, we feel, should be looking to shoulder our share of the burden of cuts, and our budget addresses this imbalance. We also propose cutting the carbon reduction budget, not least because it's not been spent, and there's already £500,000 still remaining, which could be spent in the next financial year. We're reducing the corporate communications budget, as we don't think the council should be spending money on outside PR agencies or producing its propaganda magazine. Our amendment puts money back in residents' pockets, reducing the proposed council tax rise and also increasing funding for the voluntary sector, the museum and support for disabled students. We're proposing reducing the recent increases in the brown bin charge and allowing a free bulky item collection service for those on the lowest incomes. And I did actually want to make a particular point to the Cabinet about two small items regarding parking permits. This is the second time we've put forward these proposals. Firstly, regarding the auto-renewal of permits. So wherever we've introduced resident parking permit zones, we don't have an automated renewal system. This is actually meaning the council loses money from people not automatically renewing. We have the ability, through the council's IT team and finance team, to take card details or direct debit details of residents when they first sign up for parking permits and allowing them to auto-renew. This is best practice, really. We can do it, we should do it. Likewise, free visitor passes for carless households. The current situation is unfair because a lot of the city centre areas where we've introduced parking permits, there's a lot of people who don't have cars but rely on carers or family members' support. Those people don't get a free parking permit for visitors. They have to buy a £40 a year permit. This affects quite a lot of residents in city centre areas, and it can be easily and cheaply addressed, as our budget shows. So I hope that the leader and portfolio holder who cover these will consider them and listen to them after this meeting, even if they don't back the rest of this amendment. On the capital amendment, of course, there's an enormous budget for strategic acquisitions in the report in front of us. Lots of it is purchasing land and buildings, and we'd like to see some of that large budget reallocated to investment in the public leisure offer for the city. We know that this is something residents want to see. This did come out of Let's Talk, but it's something that, listening to councillors and residents over the past year of the pandemic, councillors have been, of all parties, I've heard saying how much more people are using outdoor space, how many more people are cycling, using parks, using beaches. I think that actually puts a challenge to us as a council to realise what we're going to do about it, because not only have we seen this rise in use and, of course, resulting rise in maintenance, but we're seeing a long-term change in behaviour. I think it's likely that some aspects of working from home and flexible working are going to remain after the pandemic, or however long the pandemic goes on. And many people who familiarise themselves with local amenities like the beaches and parks in Sunderland will want to continue using them, and we need to help them to do so. Regardless of whether our motion tonight passes, I'm quite certain that the council is going to have to come up with a leisure investment strategy in light of COVID, because as well as adapting to increasing need, we're going to have to respond to some of the issues that arise from isolation. And we know that exercise and leisure pursuits are going to be an important way to help our residents get back on their feet after the horrible year or so that they've been going through. So our budget is suggesting that we get a jump start on that now, allocate the funding, start getting underway with the consultation, start doing some of the projects we can do now that so obviously benefits residents. So part of what we're proposing is a proper working group to develop a strategy and funding to go along with that, investment in suburban parks, more money for the cycleways budget, including a pilot route south of the river. We know that there's a ROCA pilot to expand segregated cycleways. We'd like to see that connecting the Riverside project with another part of Sunderland. We know that there's resident demand for dog parks where people can exercise their dogs safely. We know that there's resident demand for a skate park in the council area, and it's certainly in the city centre. And we know that there's interest in a motocross track in the city council area, and it's certainly something our All of these things, dog parks, skate parks, motocross tracks, are something some of our neighbouring authorities, Labour authorities, have been looking at over the past year, and I think we probably ought to be doing so too. So we'd like to get the ball rolling with developing these things. These are potential for proposals which can be delivered in the short term, but the working group would be able to listen to residents and develop a proper strategy over 5 years that allows us to make improvements to footpaths, cycleways and parks beyond the basic plans that are currently in the budget. We think this is an important amendment that will help local people feel part of the massive capital spending that we're approving tonight, and I hope councillors will consider voting in favour of it. Thank you, Mayor Sunderland.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Haspel, would you like to speak on the amendments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to speak tonight because the other members of the group are going to cover off on sections of the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak on the amendments? If so, would you please indicate accordingly, please?
Councillor Mullen, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Williams, Councillor Andrew Wood, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Doyle, Councillor Neil McKnight, Councillor Lawson, Councillor Fagan, Councillor Farthing,
Could I speak as well, please?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Crosby. Apologies for missing you. Councillor Crosby. Mr. Mayor, I think that's everybody now. So that the speakers I have are Councillors Mullen, Armstrong, Williams, A. Wood, Stewart, Doyle, N. McKnight, Lawson, Fagan, Farthing, Crosby, and then the leader has the right of reply.
Okay, thanks, Elaine. That's what I've got as well. Councillor Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be very brief on this one, just to indicate that my group will be supporting this amendment despite a handful of reservations. The council tax increase here is higher than we would have liked. The cuts to special responsibility allowances don't go quite as far as we proposed, but I have particular reservations about the plans for the environmental staffing budget, because I think that that really needs to be allocated to the refuse department as a first priority. But those things aside, we will be voting for this, and potentially it could form the basis of a very good coalition deal.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mullen. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to, first of all, pay a tribute to Councillor Dr. Jeff Walker as well. It's shocking to hear of his death, and condolences to his family and friends at this sad time. But getting back to the amendment, I think it's a very well thought out proposal from the Lib Dems. We in the Greens haven't got an amendment proposed. Obviously, there's just me at the minute, but I don't proclaim to have the expertise or the time to put in the level of detail that the likes of the Lib Dems and the Tories have. But I have looked at the amendment. I'm kind of for it. I love the cycle path stuff. I'm a bit concerned about the £1 million they want to take away from the climate change fund. We're 2 years down the line now from declaring a climate change emergency. It is quite alarming to hear that the money isn't being spent when we've declared this emergency, but also quite alarming to hear that the Lib Dems want to take away that fund. We've got 9 years now till 2030, and time's running out. I think there's some good points in it though, and I think if we're talking about new ways to work and working together, I think we can all learn from each other. The Conservatives had some good points as well, and Labour have led on this and got some good points as well. So I'll keep it short. I hope everyone else does. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, sorry, I must just get this back up. Right, okay, thank you. Right, Lib Dems, it's a bit like saying they come round for another bite. It's a bit like saying to a child, no, you can't have an Xbox. And you're still saying the next year, No, you still can't have an Xbox, but they keep trying. Anyway, why do you want to get rid of corporate comms? Don't you want us to tell our residents what we are doing for them as a council? Don't you want to share our successes again about what we do as a council? Don't you want members of our community to be able to tell others the good work that they're doing as well? And to call it a propaganda document, I think is really insulting to the people who come up with that. Then I'm going to go through priority. Yeah, not priority investments. Yes. The discretionary, no, hang on. What am I looking at? The voluntary sector contract for disabled young people. If you remember, a number of years ago, we had to stop running a youth service because of cuts forced on us by the Conservative and the Lib Dem coalition. We were very fortunate at that time in that the providers came together to make a youth consortium and bid for funding to be able to deliver. They are more than happy to be able to work to provide that sort of service. Why don't you actually talk to them? The museum in Winter Gardens, yeah, fab, love it. How about us in Washington? How about us in Houghton and Hetton? We do have a Washington Arts Centre. We could have some of that there. I look at the number 18 bus. Absolutely. Why don't you talk to the bus company? Why don't you talk to Nexus about that? And to be fair, again, I'm going to say you're being insular. This isn't going to help my residents. It's these small scale things. Reduce council tax. Yeah, it already has been explained that if we had taken a smaller increase this year, that leaves us with the baseline for next year, which means the gap will get bigger and bigger year on year. Do we want to get to that point? It's just not good. We need to be clear about this. Nobody wants to raise council tax. It would be good if we were funded properly and even adequately would do. We're not asking for jam or Rolls Royce. We are asking for what our residents deserve. I could then move on to the additional capital budget. Dear Attend Area Committee, because we in Washington have looked at a review of all of our play parks in Washington, and we've come up with what can happen, and we are working our way through that one. So those are smaller suburban parks. I'm presuming your area will do a similar thing. Enhancing the existing cycleway. We had a presentation last week about just that. Again, which is money coming through in order to be able to look at it. Dog parks. Yeah, we've talked about dog parks for ages. We've looked at sites within Washington, and I'm talking from that perspective here. To have that, I think that one is a bit like Marmite. You'll either love it or hate it. It absolutely depends. There are some people who absolutely don't want that. There are some who do. I personally would like to see it go ahead. Skate park. You know, there are skate parks across the city. There's nothing to stop people using. And the motocross track, I believe there is one in Durham. So we can't have everything everywhere because it's just not effective. Now, you've talked about leisure. We have, as you all know, a joint venture, and we've been working with them throughout the pandemic to ensure that things are in place, ready to get going as soon as it's there. We have various activity groups which meet, and it is about people being active, how they can be active. There's a whole load of stuff online about exercise, about food. In reality, we don't need a working group. We're already doing that. If you have ideas that you'd like to put forward, please get in touch with myself or Peter Walker as the deputy and tell us what you think, because potentially we're already looking at it. Just a bit disappointed that, again, it's that do this again, and I can't see anything that is going to benefit the wider community of Sunderland, and I think that's a bit short-sighted. I urge colleagues not to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Andrew Wood.
All good?
Yes, I can see you.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, as long as you can see me, Mr. Mayor, that's all that really matters. I'd like to speak specifically to the request from a number of residents in the city centre and surrounding wards around having the capability, the ability to have a free pass if they don't have a car. This has come up time and again in residents' meetings. It was particularly evident during COVID, where we had phone calls from residents who were getting people to come round, or had to have people come round, and were getting parking tickets because they didn't have this capability, this ability. We should break down barriers of complexity for residents. We shouldn't construct them. Likewise, for the automatic rollover of requests for parking requests, we should make use of technology. If we are a digital city, we should be leveraging all of our digital capability to make lives easier for residents, make processes simpler for residents, and ultimately improve the revenue coming in, because we're not having people forget. We're not having people having to remember to fill in forms. We've got processes, procedures in place in this recommendation to make residents' life easier. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Andrew Wood. Deputy Leader.
Get there in the end, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much there. Okay. I'll keep this relatively short compared to the previous amendments. But if we start off with the proposals regarding climate change, Mr. Mayor, and again, as I've referenced before, clearly through consultation and Let's Talk, climate change is a key priority of residents in this city. Yet, what we're proposing, or what the Liberals are proposing, is to permanently remove, Mr. Mayor, permanently remove the £1 million core funding for combating climate change in this council. I have to admit, I had to keep reading their amendments just in case I was dreaming, and I kept pinching myself, but no, they were still there, Mr. Mayor, and to some degree I'm almost speechless about the proposal, but we shouldn't be surprised, because they had the same proposal last year, thought they might have learnt their lesson last year, but clearly not. So, Mr. Mayor, we need to start asking ourselves is whether they are not bothered whether this council meets or doesn't meet its commitments with regards to being a carbon neutral council by 2030. Because by their actions, I would suggest that they're not particularly bothered. By permanently removing this fund, and I keep saying that word permanent, we have to start considering, do we have a bunch of climate change deniers on the council? And initially, you might have thought, well, it might be Conservatives, it might be the Tories, it might be the UKIPers. But when it comes to actions to deliberately sabotage the plans of this council with regards to climate change, it's the Liberal Democrats who keep coming forward with proposals that will make sure that we do not meet our targets for 2030. Our carbon reduction plan, and I mentioned it earlier, I have thought what had cross-party support, and I know that the proposals from the Conservatives put that at risk, but the amendment today from the Liberal Democrats simply tears that to shreds. All that hard work and all that work with partners will be destroyed in a single stroke if we were to support this amendment. Totally shocking, absolutely shocked. And I'm quite sure as soon as this is finished, I'm off to social media to remind my residents that clearly, as far as climate change is concerned, the Liberal Democrats have no interest. If we're talking about residents, Mr. Mayor, and residents having a voice, if we look at their proposals with regards to the area committees, again, it's going in the wrong direction. If you believe in increasing democracy and in ensuring that councillors are closer and closer to its residents, the last thing you want is to reduce the number of area committees, which I think do an absolutely great job. And I think, you know, anybody who takes an active role will understand just how effective they are in pursuing the priorities of their local communities. But the proposal that there should be 3 area committees based on constituency boundaries, I don't know whether they've necessarily thought that through. So my first question will be is this going to be before or after the next boundary review, or do we change them from one to the other? Will communities chop and change between area committees after each boundary review? What happens if constituency boundaries are not coterminous with the city boundaries? Do we go back to the point where I think it was Washington West was in with Gateshead? Will that just have an area committee by itself? The whole proposal's silly and hasn't been thought through. They also proposing, like the Tories, to slash the communications budget. And again, I would remind them that's the wrong message. This Labour group had the ambition to start Let's Talk initiative, and our view is that it should not be the exception and it should be the new minimum standard. And to ensure that takes place and ensure that we continue to talk to residents and ensure that they have a meaningful role to play in decision making, that budget needs to remain in place. Again, clearly short-sighted. Again, if we talk about keeping local communities clean, I think they're wanting 5 dog wardens. The Tories want 5 park wardens. But it's the same, still the same issue. It's a pet project by the Liberal Democrats. What we need to do is wait until we've consulted with the public. And if they want 5 dog wardens, well, that's fine. That's what we should be pursuing as a council. If the public said we want 5 park wardens, and that's the case, well, fine. But we should leave it to the public to tell us what they want. Mr. Mayor, I'll just close by saying I think that the headlines from this really, and it's rather disappointing, is that as far as climate change is concerned, the Liberal Democrats are not particularly bothered. And what their proposals are extremely damaging to our plans to become a carbon neutral city in 2030. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Councillor Doyle?
Could I just have a point of order, Mr. Mayor, if possible? Councillor Mann.
Right. Carry on.
It's thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's just to mention to Councillor Stewart that he mentioned UKIP there as climate change deniers. I sit on the 2030 Shadow Board, and I'm very much in agreement with the leader on climate change proposals. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Doyle.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This will be genuinely brief. As I think has already been confirmed by Councillor Mullen, the Conservative group will be supporting the Lib Dem amendment. It delivers a council tax reduction, although of course we feel this could have been more significant. As someone passionate about cycling advocacy, I was particularly pleased to see a capital allocation to enhance the cycleway investment scheme. I'm someone who cycles almost every day. I can say with some certainty that Sunderland's cycling infrastructure is overall very poor, and I believe considerable investment is needed to ensure cycling and other active travel modes eventually become more attractive and more convenient than the car. We have a pro-cycling government, a pro-cycling Prime Minister, and we should have a fully pro-cycling council as well. So, yeah, we're happy to support the amendment and look forward to working with all current opposition parties in a similar way in the not too distant future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Neil McKnight. You might need to put your mic on, Councillor McKnight.
Sorry, there you go. IT problems again, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that. Okay, so, wow, what a night. Where to start with this? I really thought at the last council meeting we'd reached the actual depths of fruit loopery with UKIP and the bonkers COVID deniers. Then the Lib Dems never disappoint and come along and scoop this month's Darwin Award. Dear me, Spike Milligan couldn't have written anything more ridiculous. So let's get down to it. Scrapping the £1 million budget for carbon reduction. Really? Really, Councillor Hodgson? I have to admit I'm with the Deputy Leader and
Point of order again, please, Mr Mayor.
Let me continue.
I'm not a COVID denier. UKIP are not COVID deniers. I would ask Councillor McKnight to withdraw that statement. My party are not COVID deniers. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, on point of order, Mr Mayor, I will not withdraw the comment.
Okay.
One of her councillors actually came out as a COVID denier. I stick by my comment.
Okay.
So, just to continue. So, come back to Councillor Hudson.
I'll be taking that further. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, you do that. That's great. So, planet is slowly frying. Yet you want to cut the council's responsibility to keep the planet inhabitable for our children's children. Dear me, you couldn't write it. It's insane. All this for a price of a leaflet stunt. I did notice actually there's one thing that's missing from your revenue figures. There's an amount missing which coincides with the amount of money defrauded from the council by the Lib Dems using the council's postage. Maybe you want to include that in your next round figures. So, let's call it out again then now. Last year at this very meeting, I told you that no councillor must take all or part of any of their allowances. Indeed, you can voluntarily relinquish them at any point. I challenge you and your party colleagues, and yet you chose to completely ignore it. It shows your leadership and your party for what they really are: empty, hypocritical posture and bereft of ideas. Well, he's the deal, councillor. I challenge you again to relinquish voluntarily 5% of your colleagues' allowances and your 15%, irrespective of whether or not your amendment is carried. In that event, I will contact the Chief Executive tomorrow and do likewise with a 5% reduction in my own allowance. Can even donate it to the Mayor's charity if you want. So come on then, councillor, put your money where your mouth is and stop posturing. Put up or shut up.
Thank you, Councillor McKnight. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief because a lot of what I was going to say has already been said. But I was wondering if anybody else has noticed how the Lib Dems always seem to want to appear to campaign on something that's already been planned. So I know Councillor Hodgson isn't a big fan of area committees. I think I've had this run-in with them before. But at our Caulfield Neighbourhood and Community Board on the 23rd of February, we had a really interesting presentation and a discussion around the cycling and walking infrastructure plan. So obviously that's happening already, as Councillor Williamson has already alluded to. And you can just imagine the Lib Dems election leaflet, can't you? That how they've managed to get this done when actually it was already being planned. And I've seen them do that with one or two things in the past. So, you know, either they don't know what's happening at area committee and they should know what's happening at area committee, or they're just using a good idea to say it's theirs. And the other thing that really gets me angry is how the Lib Dems always seem to think that councillors are councillors because they're on the make, and that we're all here for our basic allowances and our special responsibility allowances, and we're not. And you know, those allowances are there to make sure that everybody, if they wanted to, could put themselves forward to become a councillor. Not just if you've got a good job and you're being well paid and you've got plenty of spare time. It's sometimes useful if you're in a full-time job to make sure that, you know, at least your pension isn't affected, or if you're taking unpaid leave from work, you can, you know, you're being compensated in some small way, and that's all it is. And I get really angry that the Lib Dems and some of the Tories, if I'm honest, seem to think that we're just there for what we can get. It's really unpleasant. But I would just like to remind Council about when Councillor O'Brien was elected as a councillor. Can you remember? He became the second Lib Dem in Sunderland, and almost immediately they were down at the council forming a group so that they would both get a special responsibility allowance as the leader and deputy leader. And Councillor O'Brien hadn't even been on the council 24 hours, I don't think, when they did that. So just to remind council,
Mr. Mayor,
that's what we do.
Councillor, I did hear you. If you give us a chance, I'll get back to you. Councillor Lawson, will you just hold on for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Councillor O'Brien.
I don't know if Councillor Lawson knows this, but after the by-election, the council officers and chief executive told me to go down to the council the next day to register myself as a councillor. That's how democracy works. That's how it happens. So I would appreciate if she would withdraw her remarks.
No, I won't, Mr. Mayor. And the reason I won't is because Councillor O'Brien did become deputy leader of the minority party in opposition, and it attracted a special responsibility allowances. And I just think that the way the Lib Dems go on about councillors' allowance, council needs to be reminded of that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And also around the corporate communications, I'm really proud of what this council does. I know the Lib Dems and the Tories would rather talk us down, but I'm proud of what we do. And we need to let people know that the council's there for them, especially this past year when things have been really difficult. And our constituents have needed to know what the council's doing for them. But, you know, maybe we just don't all think to use council postage so that we can put our own letters out. I think that's much better done by a corporate communications team rather than by individual parties making use of the council's resources. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lawson. Councillor Fagan.
Hi, I'll just keep it brief because I know it's quite late. So I just wanted to talk in reference to the improving the Sunderland's public leisure offer. So during COVID, residents have really changed how they spent their free time, and in some ways it's actually opened their eyes as to what's on their doorstep. Many people never explore in areas that they've been to despite them living there for years, and they've really made the most of our green areas. However, what residents have raised with people in wards like Doxford is, yes, we've got Barnes Park, which is great. We've got Doxford Park, which is great, but it's severely underfunded and it relies on hard work and volunteers to keep these areas maintained. And it's really hard work with very little money. And they say, well, why can't we have a park like Barnes Park? It's not fair, you know, they have a park that has so much investment. So I really do think we need to invest in our smaller parks so that residents actually feel valued, because why should Barnes get so much money thrown at it when Doxford Park doesn't get that kind of money? And so this amendment would address those kind of issues. And in respect of our further amendment for things like dog parks, skate parks, motocross parks, I'm sure as all councillors will know, some of the top issues that we get raised by residents is things like dog poo, skateboards and bikes being used in areas such as Sunnyside, off-road bikes, creating antisocial behaviour. If we actually give these people areas to use for these activities, then it would actually go somewhere towards addressing some of the antisocial behaviour that we have as well. If it takes it off people's doorsteps, off the areas where people are walking, and into a permitted area, then that's actually going to help to address those issues, which I'm sure that residents, council officers and the police, I'm sure would welcome. And I also just wanted to add just a quick note as well, just while we're kind of talking about, you know, things like using the stamps and envelopes, I just wanted to highlight something else on our amendment, which is regarding things like broadband and home phone allowance. If nothing else, councillors really do need to take a close look at what they're claiming for, because nobody should be claiming now for home phone allowances when we've all got a mobile phone, and nobody should be claiming for broadband when again we have a mobile phone with internet connection. You know, so when you quibble over a few stamps, you need to be taking a closer look at people like who are making these claims on home phones and broadband allowances. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fagan. Councillor Farthing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm probably going to echo much of what my colleagues have already said, but I always thought that the Liberal Party claimed to be the neighbourhood party. So I'm really surprised at their motion to reduce the size of the number of area committees from 5 to 3. I mean, we're very fortunate in Washington that we are a community of Washington, and we cover that. And I think most of the other areas are very similar now that they've sort of cohesed in a particular area. The other thing I want to mention is the views or the comments about what should happen with environmental services, etc. Now, in Washington Area Committee, we've already sort of committed to additional environment officers. We've listened to our local residents, and we've responded to their needs in Washington. We've mentioned cycling's been mentioned. I'm actually meeting somebody next week to explore the links from my area to the rest of Washington, because I feel that they need to be improved. So these things are going on all the time through area committee, and I just think that if it was a bigger area, we would just not have that local connection, and I just think that would be unfortunate, and I think it's such a big mistake for us to for them to suggest that they should do this. I mean, I find it amazing, but I think the worst thing is this reduction of the budget for carbon.
Councillor Farthing, can I just stop you for a sec? Councillor Taylor, I believe you've got your hand up.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, can I just indicate that I'd like to speak, Mr. Mayor, and just after Councillor Farthing or whoever's next.
Okay, obviously we didn't have your name down, but I will grant it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I will be brief.
Okay, Councillor Farthing, would you like to carry on?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was just to talk about the reduction to the carbon budget. I mean, it's a permanent reduction, as Councillor Stewart has explained. Whether the Liberal Democrats understood that, I don't know, but really, we are providing that to sort of change the future of our planet. It's important that we sort of make steps. We've made sort of inroads with the arrangements already with our partners, and I know for a certain fact that young people are really on board with this. So it will be extremely disappointing to them to hear that some parts of the council want to actually scrap the fund. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Farthing. Councillor Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm having a few IT problems, so if you don't mind, I can't put the video on. I haven't got much power left.
I think a few members had problems with that, so if you would like to carry on, Councillor Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm hugely shocked and disappointed at some of the short-sightedness of some of the comments that have been made about our climate change policy, calling us climate change deniers, when the council's carbon plan is not fit for purpose. If I could point out that to city residents that Sunderland has invested very heavily in Newcastle Airport. They propose to save a few thousand tonnes of carbon in the plan, whereas in the year before COVID, 40,000 tonnes of carbon were put out by the the Newcastle Airport that we invest in, and it would take something like 500,000 trees planted to offset that. So you really need to take another look at the carbon plan. I actually wanted to comment on our budget amendment about the brown bin charges. We propose to reduce the bin charges from £32.50 to the £25 it used to be in 2016. The cost to the council in its budget will be £146,000. Council officers could also save considerable time and money at no cost whatsoever to the council by allowing automatic renewal of the over 20,000 persons signed up to the scheme at the start of every year. There's never been a time when gardens have been so important to our physical and mental well-being. I'm lucky enough to have a garden, and I can grow flowers and vegetables, and it's a huge source of hope and inspiration to me and my family, especially during lockdown. Please consider this small service to gardeners. Many people have discovered the benefits to gardening in lockdown, and this will encourage them in line with the council's healthy city objectives. It may interest members to note that although the council plans more allotments in the city, the waiting list as of last week, when I consulted council officers, was 3,552 people. And that is an increase of 1,636 people just since November. And it's hard to imagine what it'll be like in 6 months' time, because gardens are a lifeline for many people. And some of the councillors also mentioned their Let's Talk consultation. In your document on page 211 for tonight's meeting, it says that 284 people took part in the consultation. That's less than 0.1% of the population of Sunderland, so it's hardly reflective of all of the opinions that people have. In fact, there are 12 times more people on the allotment waiting list than took part in the council's Let's Talk process. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Crosby. Councillor Taylor, would you like to come in now?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Oops, I'll put the camera on just a second. Although you might want to change your mind, like Mr. Mayor. I've got a facing for radio. Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. It's not very often that I get to speak, but unfortunately, I've chosen to speak like this evening. And it's about the Lib Dems. I'm really disappointed that time and time and again that the same councillors continue to rudely interrupt proceedings of official council meetings. And it's about high time certain councillors started to grow up. I'd just like to say a couple of comments, if I may. If I hark back to sort of 2017, when Councillor Stephen O'Brien was first elected to the council, he claimed that the council wasted money on councillors' allowances. And yet, shortly afterwards, he and Councillor Niall Hodgson stood on the steps of the Civic Centre, claiming an additional £10,461 of additional councillor allowances when they were just a minority party in opposition of 2 councillors at the same time. At the time, sorry. They then talk about committees. But in 2018, Councillor Stephen O'Brien failed to attend a single meeting of the Children's Education and Skills Scrutiny Committee. And then, after a thorough investigation lasting 2 years, Councillor O'Brien was found to have breached 3 sections of the Councillors' Code of Conduct by using photocopying, postage and council letterheads for political advantage. Mr. Mayor, I take no pleasure but this, it's the same old Lib Dems. And guys, can I just give you a few words of advice? Next time, please get some new crack. Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Taylor. Leader, you've got the right to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ware. I've left most of my ire parked on the Conservative Party's lawn, so this will be briefer than my previous response. I would say that once again, an opposition party on this council did not bring any of these issues to cabinet members or me as leader in the months leading up to this meeting, and the months leading up to the scrutiny meeting, which Councillor O'Brien failed to attend, when the whole issue of revenue and capital was put through scrutiny to see that scrutiny was comfortable with what we were proposing. That doesn't surprise me at all, because they genuinely are not interested in the process of getting a balanced budget, Mr. Mayor. What they want, because this meeting always coincides with the run into the local elections, what they're wanting is the fodder that goes into their leaflets so they can fill them full of misinformation and disinformation, which they've been doing in the city for years. Some of the proposals that they've put forward are just staggering in their incompetence, or they're staggering in their lack of understanding of issues. I mean, moving area committees from 5 to 3 linked to the boundaries for parliamentary MPs. There's a huge structural issue with that, as Councillor Stewart earlier alluded to. But if we take Sharon Hodgson MP for Washington and Sunderland West, which is 5 Washington wards, Castle, Redhill and St Anne's, I'm not quite certain how an area committee which is dominated by Washington, and at least Castle and Redhill are relatively close to us, is going to remotely benefit councillors Mann, Watson and Noble. It genuinely is a staggeringly stupid proposal, and with boundary changes coming, where boundaries may mix wards from city areas, almost certainly completely impractical. We've had the same old from Councillor Hodgson about SRAs. I will remind the Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives again that it is the independent remuneration panel who decide what allowance levels are paid to councillors for their extra work, based on the extra work that they do. It is not councillors protecting their own allowances. We have no say in the matter. And once again, it's all about pushing that lie or that piece of misinformation into a leaflet so that they can kid on that for some reason or another, councillors are in it for themselves, which is patent nonsense. Corporate comms, the Liberal Democrats hate it, because you know what the answer to them telling lies and spreading misinformation and disinformation is? Telling the residents of the city the truth, which is what our corporate comms budget is doing. When in 2018, the Labour group that realised that we were not telling the residents of the city quickly enough and often enough what was going on, what we were looking to do and how we had to change to be working with them through area committees into ward level. And the way to do that was to engage with them through Let's Talk and through other access into the communities, and to get our message out regionally, nationally and internationally about what a success Sunderland has been, especially during a pandemic where we have continued to grow and continue to grow in stature, because people are actually asking questions of how is Sunderland achieving this, given that we've been living in a pandemic for a year. So the opposition hate corporate comms because it spotlights the lie they tell every time they don't quite tell the truth about what we're doing and why we're doing it. But the big issue for me tonight, genuinely, is the Liberal Democrats prepared to pick the hill to die on of carbon reduction. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Climate change deniers, you certainly are. And by suggesting this, if we were to pass this amendment, it would wreck our chances of being a carbon neutral city. The shadow board would be torn up and thrown away. And I have to say, Councillor Mann has been a very strong supporter of what we're trying to do on that shadow board. So she certainly is not a climate denier, in my opinion. It beggars belief about what we're trying to do. This is us trying to build a city for the 21st century where our children have fresh air and green places to live. And the Liberal Democrats want to remove the £1 million a year permanently from our budget for it. Absolutely disgraceful. And I really hope that in the local elections which are coming, you pay the price for that, if nothing else. Councillor Hodgson, I'd like you to consider where in your ward you'd like a motocross track. Because for places that actually have them, and Durham has one, if you live anywhere near them, it's not great because of the noise. You've got to take things like that into account. I was going through to Seaburn and Roker on Sunday when 8 motocross bikes and scrambling bikes and a quad bike went past me on Wessington Way. going somewhere. If you have a motocross track, they're still going to go to the motocross track. How do you think they're going to get there? Honestly, it's buzzwords. It's throwing things at a wall, hoping something sticks, without any adult thinking behind what you're suggesting at all. You know, I have to say that, bearing in mind that councillors have not had an increase in their basic allowance for coming on 9 years, asking for a cut in allowances, which is just, once again, politics, cheap politics to get the message out there. Labour councillors do this, blah, 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 blah. MPs haven't taken a cut. Our staff haven't taken a cut. Businesses have been forced to cut wages because of the furlough scheme, but in the real world, normally they're not taking cuts. So why are you making exception of the 75 councillors in Sunderland who are trying their best?
Lady, you've got your mic off.
Don't know how that happened.
No.
Was that your secret powers, Mr. Mayor?
I wish it was.
Sorry. Anyway, I've lost my train of thought. Let's go back.
Start from the top, Graham.
Oh, no. I think that would be grossly unfair. Look, it's disappointing when you see how little was in the Liberal Democrat amendment that was positive for us. How much we're already doing. Because, as Councillor Farthing pointed out, and others, they're great at claiming things when we're already doing them. You know, we are going to oppose their amendment because it brings nothing to the party, right? In closing, Councillor Fagan, it was a bit more than a few stamps. This was a almost industrialised misuse of the council franking machine, envelopes, paper and letterheads that Councillor O'Brien and former Councillor, I've forgotten her name, Lynn, anyway, she resigned over it because she was shamed, right? And Councillor O'Brien, to be fair to him, not only was found guilty once, he was found guilty twice because he appealed and the appeal found him guilty. So please do not conflate a few stamps with that. I'm not going to allow you to rewrite history on it. And he still hasn't apologised, and he still hasn't offered to repay any of it, which would help with the budget this year. Our carbon plan's not fit for purpose, Councillor Crosbie. But somehow your plan to take £1 million out of that is going to make things better? I have no idea what world you live in, but that is just nonsensical. This is the Lib Dems all over. Badly thought out, half proposals that are more actually focused on a local election than on doing anything that benefits our residents, anything that helps the city get through trying times when money is tight and we're doing the best job we can, Mr. Mayor. So we will be voting against their amendment because there's absolutely nothing in their amendment that they couldn't have discussed with us beforehand that we need to support. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Leader. Right, we're now going to take a vote on the amendment. Can we arrange an electronic vote, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if the officer can confirm when the vote is open, please.
Mr. Mayor, vote 9's open now.
Okay, so we'll do as we did before, so we'll just work our way through. So carry on voting, please.
Mr. Mayor, through you, if members could stop voting now, and if the officer could give us the preliminary figures, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 15 votes for, 32 votes against, and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. Can we now arrange for the verbal votes to be taken as well, please, now?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So, first of all, Councillor Davison.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Francis.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Harry Truman.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Ledbetter.
For. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howe. Councillor Howe. Are there any other members who haven't been able to give their vote yet?
No.
Mr. Mayor, that appears to be everybody, so if we could have the updated figures when the officer's ready, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 19 votes for, 40 votes against, and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you.
So the amendment is defeated, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks very much, Elaine. Now, at this point, can I ask, does any member have a comment or a question on the substantive motion? If so, will they please indicate?
Councillor Hodson. Just Councillor Hodson, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hodson, is it a comment or a question?
Just a comment on the capital budget, please, Mayor.
Carry on.
Thank you. I will be brief. I just want to say some positive things. I thought there is a lot of positives in the capital budget. A great deal of it is taking place in the ward I represent, so it would be rude of me not to say something about it. Me and my group welcome a lot of the Riverside development improvements that are taking place, the Vaux housing, the developments on Farringdon Row, reinvigorating Ayres Quay and Deptford. It's long overdue. Whilst we might disagree with the Labour group about building a city hall, reinvigorating the Riverside is so clearly necessary. Sorting out Galleys Gill and making it a sort of a safe and accessible space to be, and opening up that huge area for investment is very sensible. I can't get away from that. It's also good that some funding is finally being brought forward for the railway station, but I did want to just say to the leader, it is a little concerning because although we have funds and agreements to improve the concourse, there's a big problem with the platform level at that railway station. A huge part of the problem with the station being the buildings on top of it, built along Marketplace and Union Street. And I am concerned that what we're looking at here is a sort of surface level revamp. This is a big city station used by a lot of people, effectively on a main line. Sunderland really does deserve a better railway station. I'm worried that we aren't going to get that with the amount of funding that's being pledged, certainly by partners outside the council as well. On the strategic transport corridor, the new dual carriageway from the bridge, there's 170 million or something in the budget around this. It's frustrating because it's a project that seems a bit out of date, a project that doesn't really join up with the Riverside plan and the Vaux site. It worries me that we're still pledging to build a dual carriageway right in front of all that new housing, in front of that new park, right in front of the new City Hall. It's obvious to me as well that we're going to end up spending a great deal of money in future years, 2, 3, 4 years down the line, redoing bits of that road because of poorly planned spending. Likewise, I'm so happy that there's funding in the budget for the Culture Hub. I do just worry that there needs to be significant resource funding to back this. Unless we have librarians and curators and learning officers, we aren't going to be able to deliver a great deal for residents in a way that EasyBit is building the building. I just really hope that that the Cabinet and the Council can find the money to make sure that it's properly staffed. One thing that is, of course, frustrating is that we're spending so much money. £500,000 was spent refurbing Fawcett Street, £200 refitting, the library, moving at the museum. There's a lot of good money being thrown after bad. And I really would like, certainly with the Riverside, with the railway station and with the Culture Hub, these to be sort of lasting investments that don't need future budget amendments to fix. So it's definitely a welcome from me and my group, but a cautious one. Thank you, Mayor Sunderland.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. I now invite the leader to exercise his right of reply on the substantive motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I genuinely would thank Councillor Hodgson for his comments there. I would just say that I wish I'd had that conversation with you, Niall, any time over the last 3 months. And we could have discussed a variety of things, including a couple of elements of your amendment. But you didn't. We got notification of them on Monday, which is far too late for us to do anything, because by then plans and money are all drawn up and agreed. Without City Hall as the first major building to go up beside the beam, there might not have been a Riverside Sunderland development, because there might not have been the ability to bring Legal and General on board as our major investor, because they want to see what's going into that site. I do accept fully your concerns about the railway station. We're absolutely relying on Network Rail and the government giving us money to develop the northern end of the station, because that is something the council cannot afford to do on itself. It is a massive engineering project, and we are continuing to work with government and ask for that money so that we can give a proper station to Sunderland, which we need and which everybody would be proud with. We are doing an update to the southern end, because that is also necessary. But I personally agree with your sentiments, Councillor Hodgson. I want us to have a station that goes all the way with an increased platform length, and we need Network Rail and government to work with us and give us that financial support. SSTC3 is needed. It joins the Riverside and Vaux to the Spire Bridge. Without that road network, the land on the south bank of the river has no value. And with no value, we'd never be able to develop it. And only because the councils had foresight to realise that we needed a strategic transport corridor to once again bring developers to the table, because they could see that all of a sudden that land has access to a road network very quickly and access to the A19. Did it enable us to do that? I'm not so certain what you're talking about when you come up with poorly planned spending on that transport corridor. It is on schedule, in budget, and it has won national awards for how we're building it. So I have to slightly disagree with you there. The Culture House is the whole point of stuff like this, Councillor Hodgson. Once again, it's not just about building things. It's about giving a cultural and a leisure and a sense of the ability to give people something that enhances and enriches their lives. That is exactly what this Labour group is about. Everything that we do for the residents of the city is about giving them a better city, to be dynamic, healthy and vibrant. No work, rest and play in the city of Sunderland, keep the local pound. All of that is about what this is about, and it must also go to Washington, and it must also go to Houghton and Hetton, because we are all Sunderland, and we will continue to push that so that every area of the city gets that benefit. And finally, at the end of the day, you have to invest. If you stand still financially, you go backwards, and I will not allow this city to go backwards. So thank you very much, Councillor Hodgson. I did agree with most of what you said, and other than that, I hope people will support the budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Leader. That now brings us to the vote on the substantive motion before Council, which must be a recorded vote. So can we arrange for the vote on the substantive motion? Electronic vote first, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if the officer can confirm when the vote is open, please.
Mr. Mayor, 410 is open.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if members could stop voting now, please. And if the officer could give the preliminary figures, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 34 votes for, 15 votes against, and no abstentions.
Okay, can we have the verbal votes, please, now?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councillor O'Brien.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
For, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Francis.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Harry Truman.
For.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I believe all members have now been able to vote. Oh, sorry, is Councillor Leadbitter, are you? Sorry, apologies.
It's all right, not a problem. Against, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members who haven't been able to vote yet? I think that's everybody then, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor. So if the officer could provide the updated figures, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 41 votes for, 19 votes against, and no abstentions.
Okay, thank you very much. And now declare the motion carried. And with that, that concludes the meeting. I'd like to thank everybody for the patience and input into the meeting. And can the officers stop the live streaming, please, now? Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr.